Okay, and I think we are live.
All right.
I'm looking at my computer right now to see if it is working.
Let's see here.
Mute myself so
We
that.
we are on YouTube. I just saw. So we are live.
Okay, cool. If it is working, there's a little bit of a delay, so I'm gonna.
Let's see here. If you put headphones on, that's why I wear these. It might be less in terms of what you hear. That's at least what I learned from James Gadd.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let you talk for just a moment, and I'm gonna go get my headphones then.
Okay, sweet. What's up, everyone? I am Stefan Emil Johansson. I hold the rank of reader in the Orthodox Catholic Church, specifically under the Antiochian Orthodox Christian Archdiocese of North America. I am a twice graduate of St. Vladimir Seminary, and I also hold the certificate from the Patriarch Athenagoras Orthodox Institute of Berkeley, California. And my friend Joachim here was so inspired by the banter that me and an Anglican priest had. He chose me to be his very first live interview.
Exactly. All right, so
do you have YouTube running on your screen too?
yes. Well, I have two different. I have a computer set up below my phone here, and then I'm recording on my phone. So
Okay, yeah, because I think if you follow both, that's why you'll get an echo.
okay,
Yeah, so if you're just on the live stream, or if you mute the YouTube, then there shouldn't be an echo. So I think with headphones and this mono focus or whatever, yeah, it should be good.
okay. So one thing I wanted to kind of point out though is with anybody, if you are an Orthodox Christian in America, there is a very strong possibility that Stefan has been to your church because I think I went to a Vesper service, and there's this guy Catholic over there, and I generally make it a habit to just go up and talk to most people that come by to visit the church. So um, Stefan and I end up talking outside for like 2 hours one night.
Was it that long?
Uh,
Huh.
it was a long time because my wife went to choir rehearsal, and I think she was getting done about the same time that we were kind of finishing up. So
Yeah.
and then we became friends on Facebook, and it was like this guy's at a different church almost every night, like just
I tried.
somewhere. Yeah, it was like all across the East Coast, and then suddenly you were headed out west, and you're just everywhere. So, if you are an Orthodox Christian in America and you go to church, there's a good possibility that Stefan has been by your place at some point. So,
And if I
for the
haven't, I'm coming.
there you go. So before we kind of came on live, Stefan and I were just kind of going through what we were going to talk about in the show, and some of the things that we did want to cover and discuss throughout this was that Stefan is a convert to Orthodoxy, like many of us, and so he's going to go a little bit what the process of that was. He was in college at the time, and then as he kind of transitions from his undergraduate degrees, he ends up becoming Orthodox, and then eventually going to seminary. And as part of your graduate process, you spend how long were you at Ladyminster? So you're at a Western Rite Orthodox monastery as part of the Antiochian Archdiocese, which is like that's the kind of the primary uh, jurisdiction that you're with, right? Antioch.
Yeah. While you walked off, I specified for people that I am a reader of the Antiochian Archdiocese. I attend and I serve in a lot of other parishes that are not Antiochian. But in terms of like official membership and stuff, yes, I am Antiochian.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And so, what was your undergraduate studies in? Like, how did this relate to like your conversion at all? Because you were Catholic previously, right?
Um, Oh, you should know better than to say that. I would say I was
Okay.
Roman Catholic. I'm Orthodox Catholic now. Let's go. Um, yeah, so I didn't directly go from the Roman Church into Orthodoxy. There was a gap because I never did the confirmation when I was 12. Actually, at that point, I stopped going to church for the most part because a lot of the kids I was in school with and that were doing their confirmation were mostly like atheists and agnostics, and they were doing the confirmation to just make their grandparents happy and stuff. So I thought that was just really stupid, and um, I spoke to my dad about it because my dad is still a Roman Catholic to this day, but he agreed with me that that was like silly and hypocritical. And he basically was like, as long as you believe in God, you're confirmed in my mind, and so you don't have to go through the process. Um, and at that point, my dad was not attending church very often either, so he would still like pray his rosary at home, like on a daily basis without fail. But he wasn't attending church. And then my mom was kind of like, I'm not part of this, so I don't need to go. Because she would take me to church more than he would at that point. So um, then I went through like in high school, I was getting into a lot of I mean, in middle school, I was already into a lot of like alternative rock and then like punk and heavy metal, and so then in high school that just like really exploded. And um, it's interesting the contrast that exists in those spheres because you have like very anti-religious bands and like straight up satanic ones, and then you have like overly religious ones. And so through I think a lot of that influence, I was just like um against the concept of so-called organized religion, but I never stopped believing in God, and I think that was really in important. I mean, the views I had about God would change and shift over time, and how much I thought God interacted with us, like those sorts of things would change. But I never like I was never an atheist or even an agnostic. I've always just thought the fact that someone or something created all of this is pretty obvious. Um, but then it was in college I was talking smack about Christianity, and my dad gave me a challenge to actually read the Bible. And when I was younger, I did that thing where you start with like the first line in Genesis and go, and like that's actually not how you're supposed to read the Bible. Um, and so my dad actually recommended because my dad being a Roman Catholic and being educated by the Jesuits, he said, you should start with the New Testament actually, because the Old Testament's going to make more sense once you read the New. Um, and I was like, okay, so I did that. I just read the first four Gospels, and sometimes when I'd read the Old Testament, if I like didn't understand what was going on, there was like a children's Bible that we had too that I would read to simplify the story for me. um, and so at that point I really was taken with the what what's the right word, like just who Jesus Christ is, and all of that. And then um I started to also realize a lot of the bands that I listened to, some of the ones that were anti-religious weren't really anti-Christian, even though they came off that way and would advertise themselves that way. When you really dug down into it, a lot of them actually had a fascination with like the character of Christ. Someone like Marilyn Manson, for example, is actually pretty obsessed with Jesus Christ and who he is, and he actually admits that in a lot of interviews. Um, Even his whole shtick of like Antichrist Superstar, which was like his 1996 album, that had nothing to do with being against Jesus. It had to do with like the figurative, like like what society views as like an antichrist figure. And I think also because of like Jesus Christ Superstar, he just liked flipping that. So, and I'm not saying that that's like a good thing that we should do like now that we're here where we are, but like from where I was then, that was like very helpful in me kind of like, climbing to where I'm at now. And so the funny thing is like at that time I was playing in a band called Incest. And wait, hold on, I was 18. Oh yeah. So actually, the main band I was in then was called So I Died. But I also had the band Incest because yeah. So I was in two bands at the time, and it was just kind of like funny because like the shtick that I had in those groups was like obviously like very externally offensive and stuff, and then I'm going home to like read the Bible. So it wasn't until I went when I transferred colleges, because I was at I grew up in Armonk, New York, which is famous for being the headquarters of IBM, and now it's famous because St. Nursis Armenian Seminary is there, and that'll be an important point I get back to. I transferred colleges. I went to Middle Tennessee State University. I started there in January of 2010. And I majored in philosophy with a minor in religious studies because at that point I was just obsessed. Like, I have to find the truth. I have to get to the bottom of all of this. And the funny thing is, and if you saw the first one I did with my Anglican priest friend, Father James, I'm pretty sure I told him about a friend of mine who was half Greek and half Russian, and he actually was like, he chimed in on the show and like was sending questions. I asked him about Orthodoxy, and he said, "Don't worry about it if you're not Greek or Russian." He's like, "It's pretty much just like an ethnic social club." So I was like, "Okay, screw that," And I knew about Orthodoxy a little bit when I was growing up. I knew that like Easter was different. They would call it Greek Easter, and I call it that too actually because it's fun and it pisses off a lot of people, which I really enjoy. Um, uh, and I actually, growing up, my dad would often refer to the Eastern Orthodox as the Orthodox Catholic Church, which is actually the proper name. So I appreciate that. My dad, being a Roman Catholic, actually like instilled that into me. Because a lot of Roman Catholics nowadays are like, you can't use that word, blah blah blah. It's like, well, actually, it's a Greek word, and if we're the so-called Greek Church, we actually should use that word. But anyway,
Yeah, when I was at Mount Athos, they took a little bit of issue with like the reference of like the Byzantine Empire, like some of the monks that I was talking to. So it was like, no, we're the Roman Empire. So
oh yeah, there's that too.
at least as far as they go, the Orthodox Church, like the Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox Church, is both Roman and Catholic, with no
Yeah,
other in existence.
right. Yeah, it's true that the people we refer to as the Byzantines, um, they referred to themselves as Romans. Locals to the city of Byzantium would call themselves that, like anyone else. Like someone from Athens would call themselves Athenian. Someone from Sparta would call themselves a Spartan. But in terms of the empire, Byzantine was a later term. For academic purposes, I think it's fine. Um, and while it is fun sometimes when people go like, "Well, we're the real Roman Catholic Church," the problem is a lot of those people end up just going back to calling the Latins Catholic. And if you're trying to avoid that, Roman Catholic is a nice kind of middle ground, I think, because I mean, we do have saints who call them that, and they like try to deny that that's their name now. So I think it's important we remind them that they literally called themselves the Roman Catholic Church historically. And also, we've never taught as Orthodox Catholics that you have to be Roman in order to be Catholic, right? Whereas like they teach you have to be in union with the Pope of Rome in order to be a so-called Catholic. So there's a lot of nuances there that I think are important, but I do appreciate, I think it's Bishop Thomas of the Antiochian Archdiocese. He's over like Charleston, West Virginia, and like that area. He says he doesn't call them Roman Catholics. He always calls them Latins or Papists. So if you can do that consistently, then great.
I don't personally have too much of an issue with it because I mean it's an adjective,
Right.
I mean it was an adjective. Now they're using it as a proper noun. So if that's what the title of their church is, I don't. When I go to like the first church, I mean, I don't go to, but when I pass like the First Church of God, it doesn't mean it's literally the Church of God just because it's in their name. It's just what they call themselves.
Sure,
So
and I understand that that's a it's convenient sometimes to just like say what's on the sign, and like you said, if the church sign just says First Church of God and someone asks you about it and you just call it that, that's not the same thing as saying that is the Church of God. But me, I would sneak in at the end of the conversation, we're really the Church of God. But that's just me.
the wild thing though, I've actually had people come to the channel and kind of like subtly debate me on this,
Mhm.
where they make this claim that, well, if you read the ecumenical councils, it refers to the Catholic Church, so that's us.
It-
And I'm like, well, in the councils, they're using that as an adjective to describe the church. They're not. That's not. That's not like a proper noun that's referring to like the Roman Church. It's referring to the.
Well, no,
I mean, it says the same thing with Orthodox. So
it's a proper noun referring to our church, yeah, not to theirs.
well, we would say it's a common noun referring, or that it's an adjective describing our church.
Oh, you're a teacher, aren't you? So
Yes,
you're
well,
not
I
gonna let
was.
me get away with this stupid stuff then. Okay.
I was up until about 2 weeks ago. So
Oh, okay. I didn't. Is that a congratulations or
we'll
condolences or?
we'll find out. We'll
Okay.
find out.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, the a lot of the ecumenical and the local synods, they refer to the Catholic Church, the Orthodox Church, the Orthodox faith, the Catholic faith,
Yeah.
the Apostolic Church, the Apostolic faith, the Church of God, the Church of Christ, and that's why I have those songs now online that like I cover all those bases just to make sure people get it. But
So yeah, if there's any like proper noun that's used in that to describe like the group, it would be the church. So
right, I mean, strictly speaking, in the Bible, it's referred to as the way. So,
okay,
right? I mean,
yeah.
the words Orthodox and Catholic don't even come up in the scriptures. So, um, but I'm sure if we all just decided, if all the Orthodox churches decided to strip their sign of what it says and put like the way, people would think we're like some kind of new mega church. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or something. So, so where was
I
I
think
at?
I'm sorry. There's actually a church in my town. I think they call themselves the Body. So like their idea is that every town has like a body, which is like the body of Christ in that city. And so I used to know the guy that's the pastor of the church there. But the interesting thing is like they just decided that that was them. Like if there's
Right.
a church in the city, they just determined that they are that church and everybody else. So it's like very new
It's
kind
very
of group.
rude. Yeah, it's rude and
Yeah.
obnoxious. Yeah, I agree with you. So college, right? I was at Middle Tennessee State University in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and doing the philosophy and the religion thing. Um, and on campus, I'm exposed to like all sorts of things. Um, and it was I was in a class. There was a Jewish rabbi who taught a lot on campus, and he at the time was like my favorite teacher. Um, he had a class. Well, what was it? I think it was the Bible in its origin and content, and there was an Ethiopian guy in the class with me, and it ended up he was a deacon in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, and he was like the only person whose life I couldn't ruin. You know what I mean? Like I would just argue circles around the Protestants and the Papists, and they had their own convictions and stuff. But I was able to kind of get them all shaky. But I could not penetrate the wall that this guy had somehow, because he would talk about like the church fathers and stuff, um, and things like that.
What was it that you used to like kind of shake these people on their faith?
Well, I think in Protestantism, especially there, like literally, I mean, I think throughout the South, you'll hear the expression, we're in the buckle of the Bible Belt. But Tennessee is literally shaped like a buckle. So that is the buckle of the Bible Belt. A lot of it was they had this idea of the invisible church. And so that's already a shaky foundation, because you have no objective way of saying who's in the church or not, unless you think that you as the individual are the arbiter of what that is. And so all I had to do was point out a doctrinal point that they didn't agree with from another group or from another set of people that they might even have respect for. Um, or show that there was like a legitimacy. Sometimes, okay, so like for one example, this particular example actually occurred after I had already committed to pursuing orthodoxy, but I think it still stands as an example. Um, I asked a Calvinist friend of mine why he prays for people and asks other people to pray for him. And I actually didn't even expect that to stun him, but it did. He like just was like deer in the headlights, like, I don't know. And
Because they have the like the theology of the elect.
right.
Like
Now
if you're elected by God, then you will become a Christian, and if not,
right.
then you were already damned to hell to begin with. So there's no hope for you.
Sure, exactly. Now
It's kind of a wild theology, but
but
that's
it's
what they believe.
logically sound, and that's why people like it. You know what I mean? Like if you buy into it, it's kind of like airtight in terms of how it flows. But the thing is, you have to buy into all of it. And a lot of modern day Presbyterians and Calvinists aren't true Calvinists. Like they don't actually follow it all um, logically, because if they did, then they can never know that they're part of the elect, and all of them assume that they are. So a true Calvinist doesn't know, because that's actually what Calvin taught. So I think I met one guy who actually he realized that, and he started sobbing because he like didn't know if he was saved or not. And I was like, well, that's the other end of the extreme. Like that's like the other side of that, which is equally as bad. And then with Roman Catholics, a lot of the Roman Catholics in Tennessee, I feel for them, because a lot of Protestants there, especially, like, because they kind of run the gambit. Um, the Roman Catholics are often like looked down upon, and they often have to like to, stand up for themselves and stuff. But some of them also adopt very Protestant mindsets as well. Uh, and some of that can be attributed to like, the changes in Vatican II and all that stuff. But I think when you throw orthodoxy at them, because, at that point, I was like aware of Orthodox stuff, and especially like meeting that Ethiopian friend, it would call into question like some of their views. But um, even without the Orthodox thing, if you just point to the changes that were made in doctrine over the years, if they don't know enough to like defend that, or know what their own church's official stance is on why the change was made, it's pretty easy to make them fall or whatever. I don't mean to sound like I'm giving tips on like how to destroy people's lives or something, because I'm not. But the thing is I took a lot of pride in that. But
I don't think any of just imagining what you were like prior to Christianity, none of this surprises me at all. Like this just seems
right.
like something that would be par for the course for
Yeah, it's
Stefan.
funny because people who knew me like before I was Orthodox and who still know me now are kind of like they're. It's like my energy is still the same. I mean, I'm old now, so like I'm tired more often. But in terms of like my level of intensity, it's pretty much the same, except now it's like for Orthodoxy as opposed to like being obsessed with um just having a debate for fun. Or I mean, I'm still into music obviously, but like the way I was really obsessed with all that. um so yeah, it's and then it's interesting when I tell people about how I used to be who know me now, like such as what you just said. It's like, yeah, that tracks. That's like it's pretty much just Stefan through and through.
So you were low key destroying people's lives, and then you're in this class with the being
and
taught by a rabbi. There's a Orthodox deacon who's part of the class, and somehow this leads you in a different direction. How did that work out exactly?
uh, me and the Ethiopian guy, like, we sparked up a friendship and were like in touch outside of class. And um, he asked me, he was like, are you familiar with Orthodoxy at all? And so I told him, I said, I had friends growing up that were part of the Greek and the Russian Orthodox Church. And I had heard of the terms like Eastern Orthodoxy and Oriental Orthodoxy before, but didn't really give much thought to what that meant. Um, so like I had heard of the Coptic Church and the Armenian Church, but I didn't realize that they were under what's called the Oriental Orthodox until he was explaining all this to me. And he sent me videos from a Coptic priest, Father Anthony Messa, who had like these lecture series, and one of the series was called Deal or No Deal. And it pretty much was him presenting what like scholars and uh, like saints and stuff like what everyone could agree that the early church looked like, and who still looks like that now. And so, big surprise, it was not Protestantism. Um, and he did address the Eastern and Oriental Orthodox thing, and he pointed out that, despite 1,500 years of schism, they still pretty much believe the same things. And the example he gave is like, imagine if you and a bunch of your friends are trying to make lunch plans. In 5 or 15 minutes, things get all messy and haywire. But we're talking 1,500 years of really not speaking much to each other, which, I mean, is sort of an exaggeration, but like I get the point. It's like we weren't in formal union for a really long time. Or sorry, well, I mean at this point right, because I wasn't Orthodox yet. But and so that was interesting to me. And then my friend wait, oh sorry. Okay, so I was friends with this girl who invited me to a friend's house to watch Scott Pilgrim versus the World. And I was like, yeah, I haven't seen that. Let's go ahead and see that. And her friend had this little black Orthodox prayer book, which now I know of as like the standard Antiochian prayer book for home usage. And so after the movie, I ended up asking him about like Orthodox stuff, and I said, "Yeah, I have a friend who is Ethiopian Orthodox," and he said, "Oh, a Monophysite." Um, and I was like, "I don't think they like being called that, but yeah, that group." And the funny thing about him saying that, he didn't even mean that in like a pejorative way, because his parents apparently went to visit Pope Shenouda III when he came to Nashville like years ago. So he just didn't know what else to call them. But since then, I've seen him actually tell people not to call them that. And so that Orthodox guy, his roommate was a guy named Adam James, who is now Father James of the Anglican Church. But he and I also started hanging out, and we decided to go and visit other churches because he grew up independent fundamental Baptist and didn't really have a lot of exposure to like other stuff. And I wanted to just go out and explore. And so we would do that. And once we went to the Orthodox Church in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, I was kind of hooked. And we still, for a few more months, did visit other services. And in that time, through my Ethiopian friend, we also went to one of the Coptic churches in Nashville. And just a handful of other services from various groups. And then it was like the last Sunday in January of 2012, I want to say, we were at what was called First Christian Church. I think it was under the group that calls itself the Disciples of Christ, which is one of the Campbellite groups, right? Like the so-called Church of Christ, Disciples of Christ, and Christian Church. You see those names, that all comes from the Stone Campbell movement. They get very offended if you call them Campbellites, which means you should definitely call them Campbellites. At that service, I was just like so bored, and I'm like, yeah, why am I doing anything else? Like, I know where I need to be. And so the Sunday after that, I just was at Orthodox services. I might have gone to some others during the week. I thought I lost you there.
Yeah, it reloaded or something.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
I may, because like Adam was going to a New Vision Baptist Church at the time, which was really contemporant. You know what I mean? And I think I would go there with him just to argue with people, because that's what class dudes do. And we would go to the Roman Catholic Church occasionally because we became friends with a lot of Roman Catholics there. And I spoke about this, when James was interviewing me, but I'll say it again for anyone who missed it or just forgot. But when I brought him to the Roman Church in Murfreesboro, I was really excited because I was like, oh, this is my childhood, and I get to show him like, what it was like for me growing up. And I was really underwhelmed. I was like, what? Like, what?
Did they have a clown mask that day?
No. So
that's what was missing.
Right.
If it was a clown mask, you would be Roman Catholic right now for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Because all I ever wanted to be in life was a freaking clown. I don't want to like unintentionally offend like any of the people from that church. Like their worship there, for what they know, is fairly reverent, but there just wasn't. So the Roman church I grew up attending in Armonk, they actually use incense there. I didn't realize that like post Novus Ordo, that actually is not super common. So for whatever reason, the parish in Armonk did use incense, but that one in Murfreesboro didn't. And I remember one time I went there was like a Vietnamese priest celebrating, and he started singing stuff, and the people like barely knew the responses. And like I later learned like he was doing more like traditional things because I guess that's how he was taught and that's what he wanted to do, and the people were like totally lost. So that also kind of woke me up to being like even how do I want to say this? I guess like I saw the Roman Church at that point as just being one of the Protestant groups. And to be fair, like there were obviously differences well before that. You know what I mean? I mean, there's a reason the schism took place, but I think that that on top of just doing my own research on things like the filioque and the forcing of clerical celibacy, and like the splitting of the sacraments of baptism and confirmation and things like that, I think it was pretty like obvious that the Orthodox were correct on that. And so it was just one. It was one of those things where I was almost like, why do Roman Catholics even think that? Like, how can they not tell that the way they worship now is like nothing like how they would have in the early church? But then I don't even think it was until I was in seminary that I actually learned that the people who propagated the new mass actually thought or told people that they were restoring the original first century liturgics. And so that blew my
Wow.
mind. Yeah, that's actually what they like people claimed from Vatican II. And so when you learn that, then you start really realizing like what the
How much
problem is there.
deception went into propagating Vatican II?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah,
that is an
and
incredible amount of like lying to make that happen.
yeah. Well, and to be fair, there's like certain things that are like technically true, but then they put a twist on it. So for example, anciently speaking, the bishop did face the people when he would do certain things, but then saying that okay, now the priest is going to do that every time he serves, that's like an extension, and that's not. I don't think there's good evidence that like a priest should be doing that. You know what I mean? So like theoretically, a bishop could do that, but like ours don't. You know what I mean? But you will see it sometimes in the reconstructed St. James liturgies. There will be bishops who
I'm,
face the people.
I've only been to like maybe two, definitely one liturgy where it was like a Episcopal liturgy where the bishop was there and he was like vested and the
Yeah.
whole thing. But a lot of the service actually happened in the middle of the church, like where the dome would be. So he's like
Right.
being vested in that. So like
Well, that stuff comes from. I mean, even though,
Byzantine.
yeah, like even though that Vatican II was this big shedding of the ancient liturgy, not everything we do is literally first century, right? Like there is a
Yeah.
development. So a lot of the hierarchical rubrics came out like from uh the empire, and like um the way I'm I'm trying to be careful because I don't want to misspeak, but so if you go to like a Russian hierarchical, which the OCA would follow, yeah, the bishop goes out in the center like that. In the Greek style, the bishop sits on what used to be the emperor's throne.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. I've seen that.
but the thing is, out in the center where the bishops are, the czars used to sit there. So there's like a mixing of like the imperial liturgies with the hierarchical ones. But I remember one of my professors in seminary, who's now the chancellor of the OCA, Father Alexander Rentel, he was pointing out some things that he's like, you see here that the hierarchical liturgy actually retains a lot of the ancient presbyteral liturgy that now we only do when the bishop is there, but would have been done even when it was just a priest or something like that. So, that's always like fun to like to tune into, because there's a lot of different like micro traditions here and there, um and obviously at seminary you get exposed to a lot of that, and like you learn about it in class and things like that. So
I know you graduated from St. Vladimir's.
yeah, so basically, after I accepted that I wanted to join the Orthodox Church, and I did I did have a little like a mini crisis about should I go Eastern Orthodox or Oriental Orthodox. Obviously, I went with Eastern Orthodox, primarily for a few basic, I think, practical reasons. One is that I didn't have a car at the time, and the Antiochian church was like walking distance from the college. If I had gone Oriental, I would have had to drive to Nashville, which was at least a half hour. Now there's a Coptic church in Murfreesboro, but at the time there was not. The other thing was I realized, like, as a former Roman Catholic, I had more of a history with the Byzantine or Greek world. And even finding out that there was a Western Rite within the Eastern Orthodox Church, although I wasn't like tapped into it at the time, just knowing it existed, I think was also like something that was appealing to me. And I accepted Chalcedon too. Like I didn't have a problem with it. I understood why the Orientals historically hadn't, but it's like, if I'm torn between two groups that I think believe the same thing, but one does not formally accept this thing and the other does, and I accept it, then I obviously should go with the group that formally accepts it. Cause it's like, you know what I mean? It just didn't seem to make a lot of sense otherwise. And also, I love the Oriental Orthodox. Like, I mean, I've gotten myself in trouble for how much I love them. But there is a lot, like, in spite of what my friend said, right? That if you're not Greek or Russian, don't worry about it. There is a convert culture, and perhaps various convert cultures within the Eastern Orthodox world. And there are converts to the Oriental Orthodox as well, of course, but they don't. I find that a lot of them have a harder time, like with the culture and stuff. I don't think it has to be that way. I don't think that reflects on them in like an ontological manner. I just think it has to do with like waves of immigration and settling here in the New World. And they're already making steps towards that are like better. So I think in time we will see more of a convert type of culture within the Oriental Orthodox world. I mean, you did have like the short-lived thing in England under the Coptic Church. It was called the British Orthodox Church.
Yeah, I think I've still seen a few priests who make like videos and stuff on YouTube that are a part of that.
Yeah, so they still exist, but they're considered like schismatic now. Like they split away from them. Any of the clergy that wanted to be part of the canonical Coptic Church made the switch. So people
Actually, and there was a group called the Celtic Orthodox Church, and there's a number of those groups, but there was one in northern Kentucky that had they had been established by the Coptic Orthodox Church, or not established, but they came on a Coptic Orthodox bishop, I think, somehow helped canonize one of their somebody, a bishop for them, and so that's how they existed. But so I went down to visit and just asked the guy some questions, and by the time I got there, he was like, "Well, we're actually coming under the Antiochian Archdiocese." So he was like, "I have a real problem with what we've been doing. I don't want to be part of it anymore."
I think I know him. Is that Father Robert?
Yes,
I met him
can't
at the
remember his last
Western.
name.
It's Gillespie.
Yeah, Gillespie. Yeah, Robert Gillespie.
Yeah. I met him at the Western Rite Conference in 2022, and yeah, he said that his hope for his group was that they would seek to unify with the canonical church, and that was not the direction it was going. So that particular group, their primate or patriarch guy, he claims they're under the lineage of Saint Gregorios of Paramala, which is a Malankara Indian saint of recent time. And the reason he says that is because there was a guy named what was his name? Like Rene Volate or something. He was actually a Western Rite priest under the Moscow Patriarchate in America. Like, I mean, we're talking like late 19th century. And he wanted to be made a bishop, and they wouldn't make him a bishop. So he went all the way to India to like find people that would make him a bishop. And he agreed that he would start missions for the Syriac and Malankara churches in America if they made him a bishop. But what he ended up doing was just going off and doing his own thing. Now the Syriacs and the Malankara eventually came over here and started their own churches. But that Rene Volate guy was supposed to be the founder of that. So there's a lot of different rogue groups that have lineage through him, and I am pretty sure they were under him, or like they may not have been like under him, but have lineage through him. And especially if they were Western Rite. I mean, he had been a Western Rite priest for the Russian church, so he may have taught some people Western Rite. There's actually another group called the Orthodox Catholic Church of America, which that name just pisses me off because I mean that's literally what we are. But they're in that lineage too, and they do the Byzantine Rite, the Western Rite, and the East Syriac Rite. So my former rector in Maine, I think it was him, when he found out about that group, he was like, "Wow, this would be your perfect archdiocese if they weren't schismatic and gay." And like literally like literally gay, because they're one of those groups that like allows like active homosexuality and stuff.
Wow.
Yeah. But then on their patriarch guy, he was doing a walkthrough on YouTube on the East Syriac liturgy, but you know, I was probably one of the few people who took notice. He was actually wearing West Syriac vestments. And so I asked him why he was wearing West Syriac vestments when he's doing the East Syriac Rite. And he said, because of our lineage through, Rene Volate, a lot of us have West Syriac vestments. And I'm like, do you do the West Syriac Rite? And he's like, not currently. And I'm just like, okay. But yeah, so that was, it gets wild out there. And that's why I tell people all rights matter is not an ecumenist battle cry to say anyone that's doing a rite is automatically cool. Like that's not what that means. Because you do get people out there that have these lineages, and some of these people might even do the rite, like, technically better than any of our churches do, but that's not the point. And some of them don't do it very well at all. But
Yeah, so I guess that kind of helps lead us into kind of the next part. Like you went to seminary and you graduated, and as part of that, you ended up going to a Western Rite monastery, right, Lady Minster. And we've discussed this a bit, but I think I've discussed a little bit on my channel previously about like the Western Rite, about some of these things. But I think a lot of people who just discover Orthodoxy in America, their concept is that Orthodox Christianity is Eastern Rite. They're synonymous with one another.
yeah,
And that's kind of a difficult thing, because I mean, I'm part of a church that follows a Russian tradition. So a Byzantine, I guess, Russian tradition.
mhm.
So I don't personally have like some affinity where this has to be a thing, but just as a historically literate person, I can recognize that is not true. That Orthodoxy is the church, and the church has been Eastern. There's been periods in history where the East was heretics, where we were preaching false things. We're about to celebrate in a couple of weeks the triumph of Orthodoxy because we were iconoclasts. I think a lot of times when this comes up, you hear people talk about it. It's like, it's the triumph of Orthodoxy. We defeated the heretics. They wanted to destroy us. And like, well, we were the heretics. It was the church that was, our bishops were doing this. And it was actually the West that was kind of the arbiters of Orthodoxy during that period. So I think it's really dangerous to get into identifying a certain rite as the Orthodox rite.
Hmm.
So that's one of the things I like about your all rights matter thing is that, um, it's just that the church is Orthodox and it has multiple rites, but at the moment the Byzantine rite does represent the vast majority of the Orthodox Church, even if that wasn't always the truth. But
Yeah. So why don't I quickly fill in the history from when I went um, from when I graduated college, because the week after that is when I was chrismated, and then I had a semester off uh, in which I started serving in the altar in Birmingham, Alabama, where my mom was living at the time. And then in the January of 2014, or actually, I think it was technically February, I started at the Orthodox Institute in Berkeley. Um, and that's a school that's directly under the Ecumenical Patriarchate. It's not part of the Greek Archdiocese. And I studied there for a year under Metropolitan Nikitas, who is now over the Greek Archdiocese in the UK. Um, and it was there because of some of my interests and stuff that he told me that I probably should go to seminary. Not even necessarily for priestly formation, but just because of the way I wanted the academics to tie into the services and stuff like that. Um, and Out there is when I earned my nickname Superdocs, because of all like the churches I wanted. I mean, in the Bay Area alone, there was like 60 or something. So I went to most of them. There's like a few I didn't hit. So if I ever get back there, I got to make that like a priority. Um, it was also my first experience being on the old calendar. There is a Serbian church in Nashville that I had been to before, but in terms of like serving at a parish on the old calendar, because the OCA parish in Berkeley is actually on the old calendar. Um, and that didn't matter to me as much back then, but it was still, just kind of like my first taste of that. So I was there for a calendar year, and then I started at St. Vladimir's in the fall of 2015. I was at St. Vlad's for 5 years, so I did 2 degree programs there, and it was in my traveling after I was at the Orthodox Institute and before I went to seminary that I went to my first Western Rite Orthodox church, and that was St. Peter's in Fort Worth. The funny thing is, when I was a catechumen in 2012, I went to a Rocor parish that had been Western Rite, but when I got there, they had actually changed the service they were doing. They were doing what was called the Liturgy of St. Peter, and I wasn't as like liturgically woke as I am now, so I didn't know like what that was exactly. So I attended the service, and I'm like, this isn't that much different from the Eastern liturgy that I'm accustomed to. And I later found out the Saint Peter liturgy is actually a Byzantine liturgy that just has like some. It essentially is the canon of the Roman Mass put into a Byzantine liturgy. There's a few other things that are different too, and that's a real liturgy that was done historically. That I guess Rocor Western Rite parishes were blessed to use on weekdays and on certain other days. Um, but also, this parish was transitioning to being Byzantine Rite because they were getting an influx of Russians to the area. And so doing the St. Peter liturgy was like the interim thing that they were doing as they weaned off of Western Rite to then fully go to, the Eastern Rite. That parish, though, ended up folding because the Russians who showed up were actually like very secular. So that was kind of a bummer for them. So that was my first attempt at Western Rite, but it actually ended up not really being Western Rite. So St. Peter's in Fort Worth was my first like real Western Rite experience. And I started like just in my travels, would go to Western Rite sometimes as well. And it was in seminary. There was a ROCOR Western Rite church in Tullytown, Pennsylvania, Christ the King, that I attended one time. And the second time I went, they invited me to serve in the altar with them. So that was the first time I had served in the altar for Western Rite. I think that was like April of 2017. It was during Bright Week. And then from there, I was like, well, I'm Antiochian. We have a Western Rite. I should kind of tap into that. So then I ended up doing Western Rite training with our vicar general at the time, Father Ed Hughes. So we would, like, me and some other guys would go up on weekends and do Western Rite training with him, along with seminarians from Holy Cross. And then I would still serve in Tullytown sometimes as well. Then the whole quarantine thing started in the spring of 2020. And I was basically done with seminary at that point. I got an extension on my THM thesis. So I just wanted to take one class. And that class was actually one of the best classes I ever took in seminary. And my teacher was in Finland. So that was fun, because the Church of Finland, the Orthodox Church of Finland, is on the Gregorian calendar. So all these
So
people.
do they follow the like Gregorian, Pascalian, and everything, right?
Yep.
Is
Yep.
that okay?
Oh yeah. So when I say Gregorian calendar, I mean the whole
Everything.
enchilada. So I loved. It was only a week apart that year, so it wasn't as fun. But I loved being like, I think like I sent him something right before Holy Week. So for them, it was already Bright Week. So I was like, joyous feast of the resurrection to you. I'll wait till we catch up to actually say the slogan, like stuff like that. Like I was just really like obnoxious, but that, and like, the quarantine started. So that didn't change much for that class. It just changed where I was sleeping. And I went to stay with the priest I ended up working for in Maine later, but he took me in, and regardless of where my relationship with him is now, I'll always be grateful that during a really uncertain and scary time that he and his family let me come live with them, and we were able to do services every day when a lot of people were stuck at home having to watch on their laptops and stuff. So but I needed something to do once I left there. And so I had visited Lady Minster, the Western Rite monastery, previously, because I met the abbot actually at the Western Rite conference in 2018, which was at St. Peter's in Fort Worth. And that's where the abbot was ordained a priest. And I was like, my mom lives in Salida. And he's like, oh, you're not far from us at all. And so, we exchanged info, and then eventually I got to visit there a few times. And I called them up, during the summer of 2020 and just asked him, like, do you need any help with anything? Because I think even like the year before, I said to him, if I don't get a job right outside the seminary, I'd like to come and spend some time here if that's chill. And he said, I think that would be. And so I like reminded him of that. I was like, well, funny now, like we didn't know that the world would be in this state. And he's like, I actually would, because at the time he was the only official monk there. And he's like, I actually could use a lot of help. It would be great to have a seminarian come and be here. And so that's what we did. I started at the end of, I think it was the last week of August in 2020. And so I was there for essentially a whole year. Yeah, so that's how I got hooked up with the monastery.
Okay, I think I was thinking that you did like your internship from St. Vlad's at that monastery, but that's not the case, right?
No,
Okay.
that was not. So if I had been sponsored by the Antiochian Archdiocesan Seminary, they would have sent me to a parish, but I didn't do so. the Antiochian Archdiocese tends to only sponsor students for the Master of Divinity program. And I did the Master of Arts and then the Masters of Theology. So I was not sponsored by the Archdiocese, which freed me up to do something like go to the Western Rite Monastery and do an internship. Yeah. So we're getting some comments here. Do you want to
I
highlight them, or do you want me to keep going?
the Orville Redenbacher looking guy here, Wesley Curry. I block. I don't. He was talking a gum a mess on here. I just shut him down. I removed
Yeah.
him.
Okay. Yeah, I don't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I did. It's just nonsense.
What's weird though is
The,
Huntington, West Virginia. That's the Antiochian church there. That's where my godparents are. My godfather's the deacon there.
okay.
So that's really. I was like, what? Like, when I saw that.
Isn't that where the Mothman Museum's at, Huntington, West Virginia?
Is it?
No, that's Point Pleasant. Point
Okay.
Pleasant. If you follow Little Bubby Child on Facebook or YouTube, he has the Mothman stole my catalytic converter in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. But I've driven through Huntington a number of times.
Hmm.
So I've my sister's in North Carolina,
Okay.
and then my dad's family, well, almost my whole family lives in Eastern Kentucky.
Okay.
So I kind of have been down around that area a lot.
You do have a slight southern twang that I've never noticed until now.
I
So
try not
maybe
to
that's
as much
why.
as possible. As
Oh,
much
come
as
on,
possible.
let it out. Especially
Yeah.
now that you're retired or whatever, right?
Yeah. I'm not a teacher anymore.
So the first message I told you about this was a guy asking about what the Western Rite was, and I responded, tune in and find out. But his comment is gone now. Did you erase that or?
No, I don't. That must have been.
Okay.
I don't really know how the comments work. I think if people comment before when we start the live stream, somehow it restarts. Or
Okay.
but you responded and that's still there, so I don't really know.
Exactly. Well, he asked me if it was. He used the word in Greek. For uniate, right? It was like unitas or something. So I actually would be happy to address that. But before I get into that, I want to highlight Ethan's comment about my shirt.
Flogging Molly.
Yeah, because I want to keep a theme here with I was I'm wearing this shirt in the photo I sent you of old Stefan. So that's what I've been doing on these live streams. This is a small girl shirt, so like it was really hard to get on. I'm fat now. I was so skinny before, but
I used to listen to a lot of Flogging Molly when I would run because it was like kind of a lot of it was like really upbeat, so it was like really good Celtic rock kind of.
But now I'm going to take it off.
Okay, that's fair.
And I wanted to know if anyone's going to donate $50. If I take it off. Now this is going to be hard because I have to really stretch this.
I'll donate $50 to keep it on.
I mean, I'll still have my long sleeve shirt on. Ow, that hurts. That's painful. I may have to keep it on.
I'm not giving you $50.
All right. I mean, I could.
Hey, if somebody donates $50 to the, I don't even know if I have that feature on my channel, but if they do, it's yours.
I think you can turn it on. If James Gadd would get on here, maybe he could give you advice on how to.
Okay, I'll have to check into that for next time.
Yeah, but I just I like the juxtaposition, even though I actually really enjoyed the photo that you had on before. If I had seen that before I sent you the photos, I actually would have left it. But I still like the contrast of like the way I used to look and then how I am now. And the second photo that's on the still was at a Rocor church in Poughkeepsie, New York. And even though that church is not Western Rite, it's actually very Russian. The bishop whose staff I'm holding is Bishop Jerome, who formerly had been Rocor's Western Rite vicar. So even though I'm not in a Western Rite setting at that point, I'm holding the staff for the former bishop of Rocor's Western Rite. And since the main topic that was highlighted originally was Western Rite, I thought that still fit, sort of.
Very cool. One kind of off-topic thing I wanted to ask you about. You said you were growing up and you were in Armagh. Is
Armand,
that like
where?
Armagh? Why I just asked, like, we're coming up on St. Patrick's Day, and St. Patrick, of course, is the Bishop of Armagh, Ireland.
Yeah, it's our
So
monk. It's like the word monk is
okay.
in there. Our monk.
Oh,
Although,
okay.
thanks for reminding me. I need to address the Armenian thing because the year I started at St. Vladimir Seminary, uh, the Armenian seminary, which is accredited through St. Vlad's, they bought property in Armonk, New York. So I visited the Armenians when they were still in New Rochelle, which was like 10 minutes away from St. Vladimir's, and they were all like boxed up and everything. And then Father Daniel, who later became Bishop Daniel of the Armenian Church, he said, "So where are you from, Stefan?" And I said, "I grew up in Armonk, New York." And he goes, "Do you know where we're moving?" And I'm like, "Yes, Armonk, New York." And the funny thing is that my 4th year at Vlad's, they didn't have space for me. I was considered an extended student at that point. So I was the first student from Vlad's to go live at the Armenian seminary. And so I am forever an honorary Armenian. I mean, I'm an honorary everything. Like, I'm an honorary Ethiopian because the guy who like pushed me to look into Orthodoxy is Ethiopian. Like, he'll like message me sometimes and he's like, "I see you've been going to Coptic and Syriac services. That's great, but you must visit your roots. You must go to an Ethiopian church soon." And it's like, um, he's calling it my roots because he's Ethiopian. And I lived there for my last 2 years at seminary, and the property where St. Nurse's Armenian Seminary is right next to my high school. So it was so trippy being back there. And it's funny I say that because the road that the high school is on is actually Trip Lane. Uh, so that's like an accidental pun. So it's like a trip down memory lane. It was more like memories down Trip Lane. I think I actually like put that as a status one time. And where the Armenians are in Armonk, when I was growing up, it was a bunch of empty farmhouses. So they really like made that place a lot nicer. And living there was great because it reminded me of how Armonk was when I first moved there, like before all the mansions were built and all like the rich people came in. And it was and then it was a nice thing to experience. And then I told them, I said, "Guys, you have to turn this place into Armenian. I want them to like make this place holy." So yeah. So yeah, that's the thing I wanted to say about St. Nurse's Armenian Seminary is I actually got to live there. I'm the only Chalcedonian, I'm the only non-Armenian uh who resided there. Um in terms of student body and church membership, because there was actually a teacher there who ethnically is not Armenian that was living on campus, but she was a convert. So I'll count her as an Armenian. But okay, this dude's asked me where I reside. I'm in Colorado right now.
Yeah, so you are. So I guess that kind of takes us in a little bit to the next part of the interview as well. So you end up in Ladyminster,
Oh
and
yeah.
then
Thank you. So
finally you do come back out to the East Coast for a while, right? So right now, currently, you're in Colorado, but you had this
I'm back in Colorado.
experience with a mission parish over in. Is this in Maine, where that was
Yeah.
at?
So when we were in quarantine, we were in Rochester, New Hampshire. And I dedicated the services there to Saint Anastasia, um, the the potions deliverer, as she is referred to in English. And the priest and his wife had just had their second child at the time, and so one of her patron saints was Anastasia, and the big icon was there. So, and I realized she's a very popular saint, but we have no churches named for her. So I actually wanted, if anything, started to be named after her. After I left, though, they officially put the mission on the charter, and this is under Rocor. Um, they ended up moving to Sanford, Maine. So the cool thing is that we went to Sanford, Maine a few times while we were in quarantine because there was a family there who were former Roman Catholics that wanted to become Orthodox, and they realized that like this priest was like the closest one to them. The other Orthodox churches were like a little too far for them at the time, especially with everything that was going on. So we did a few services in their house and made them catechumens in their own house, which was cool. That felt like really first century, you know. So the funny thing is that the priest and his wife, like we were in a duplex in New Hampshire, and they were looking to like buy a house, and they ended up finding a house in Sanford, which is where that family was. So when I was at the monastery, they ended up buying the house in Sanford, moving in, converting the standalone garage there into the chapel, and then officially chartering the mission, which they ended up naming after St. Polycarp. And at first that bothered me a little bit. Not that I didn't like St. Polycarp, but I was just like, come on, like Saint, like Anastasia is supposed to be our saint. But then I realized, you know what? That was good for Rochester, but like Sanford like needs its own identity, right? So I'm like, if we ever start an Orthodox church in Rochester, then it should be Saint Anastasia.
Sorry, my cat's desperate for attention.
Oh, I love cats, but I got my door closed here, so my cat won't get in here. Also, if anyone's paying strict attention, I'm in a different bedroom than I was on either of the other live streams I did. So I'm in the third bedroom, which used to actually be my room when my mom first moved here, but now she hogs it. But I told her I wanted to do this in the downstairs room in case I needed to grab something from the kitchen. I wouldn't have to run as far. So 3 live streams, 3 different bedrooms. I guess next time I gotta be on a couch or like another house. But the really neat thing though is down the street from where we were in Rochester, New Hampshire, there was a Roman Catholic church that had just left. Like they had new property that they were moving to, and the priest there in Rochester, the Orthodox priest, he actually went to look at buying it, but it was already bought. And I kept telling him the whole time, see if they'll rent to us because it's right down the street here. And then once the quarantine ends, you can have services there. And then, like this and that. So obviously they ended up going to Sanford, Maine. And so that's not what happened. But the people who bought that former Roman church, they now run a halfway home for people to like rehabilitate like when they are getting off of like addiction to drugs and stuff. And that's literally like what Saint Anastasia, I mean, that's why she's called the deliverer from potions, because that's like after her death, that's what she's been most known to intercede for, is people with addictions and things like that. So it's like, that was really awesome to me that even though we didn't start an Orthodox church there, she's still watching over that place. You know what I mean? Like, I can't think that was a coincidence that we dedicated our services under her patronage, and that a place where people go to get off of drugs is now down the street from where we were, worshiping. And it's a place we thought about making the parish at one point. So who knows? God obviously has plans there.
Yeah, I have a good friend, dear friend named James Bayland, that had moved to that area probably about a year ago, to New Hampshire. So he's from, I think he's Cornwall, England, and he had been trying to move back here because his wife's from here for quite a number of years. But since he was a British citizen or a UK citizen, and they had gotten married in England, think it was very difficult for them to immigrate to the U.S. for that reason, or at least to stay here. So he had been offered a few jobs, but had had a kind of a difficult time. But I haven't talked to him in a while, but they had been looking for churches up in the New Hampshire area.
Do you know where in New Hampshire they are?
I was thinking they were around. No, not exactly.
Okay.
I think they had gone to. He said they visited an OCA church called St. Jonah that was up there somewhere. But I don't.
In New Hampshire? Because there's
Yeah, I
Holy
think so.
in New Hampshire, there's Holy Resurrection. Um, what's the? Oh, I think they're both called Holy Resurrection, and they're on opposite sides of the state, actually.
Okay, I might be getting a couple details wrong. I just know she was from New Hampshire, but
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure. But so
Yeah.
now you're back out in Colorado then, because that's where your mom lives, right?
Yeah. So basically, even when I was in Maine, I would come back here sometimes, and I would still travel every now and then. And then I officially stepped down from the parish in Maine in July of this last year of 2023. So I was there about a year and a half, including my um, other road trips. Like if you count all of that, yeah, it was a year and a half because I started there January 1st of 2022. Um, and then I got, well, actually, while I was still, when I knew I was leaving St. Polycarp, but wasn't sure what I was going to do next, I got the offer to be at St. Stephen's in Ludlow, Massachusetts, which is a Western Rite Antiochian church. And I was there for 2 months last fall. So I was away for like, I guess, like the latter half of the summer and the early part of the fall. Got back there in November in time for All Saints and All Souls and all that stuff, and then was there through the end of the calendar year, and then came back here to Colorado again, and was expecting to be back out there for Lent, but they ended up deciding that I cost them too much money, and so they told me they were hoping to get a seminarian for weekends, but that I was still welcome, to come back and visit whenever I wanted, and even said that if I moved to Ludlow, they'd be happy to have me there as like, doing the same stuff I was doing, except like for free, I guess. So, um, and not living at the church. And while I appreciated that, I have that offer. Like so many people um, have that, like have offered me like a position at a parish, but I've said like you'll still have to work a job and this and that. So in the meantime, it's like I can live with mom for free and not pay rent. I can go and do DoorDash at my leisure, and I can still do the only challenge here is that in Salida, like the monastery is about an hour and a half away. The parishes are 2 hours away, so that makes it difficult at times. But there's and like yesterday we were snowed in. Like Wednesday night when we got back from church, it already started snowing. And then yesterday, like my mom and I just stayed home. The only reason I went out today is because I had to pick up some prescription, which I wasn't gonna get if I didn't have it today, because I'm actually hoping to leave tomorrow to go up to Colorado Springs, or well, to Pueblo and then the Springs for the first week of Lent. Um, so, but I will be back in New England, probably like June, to get the last of my stuff that's in Massachusetts and in Maine. And obviously I'll turn that into a road trip. So I got like a wedding to go to at the end of May that's in Texas. Um, so that's that. So do you wanted me to address more about the Western Rite, I think.
Yeah, I could kind of ask you questions if you want, or you could just kind of discuss that. Like some of the things that I get is like, well, why? What's the purpose of the Western Rite? Why is this even a thing?
Why not?
Sometimes I kind of mentioned or alluded to it before that sometimes people will be like, isn't Orthodoxy basically the Eastern Rite though? Isn't it the same thing? I think one person recently asked me is Western Rite Orthodoxy basically like an answer to Eastern Rite Catholicism? So those are kind of some of the things that I guess recently have become up on either my channel or been asked to me through other sources.
Sure. Yeah, like that guy, was asking me, is this like the Unia or whatever? So what's funny is when the non-juring Anglicans were doing their thing in like the early 18th century, they were dialoguing with the Russian church through their embassy that was in England. And also, they had like sent things out to the other patriarchates, especially like Jerusalem and actually the Patriarchate of Alexandria. So they were dialoguing like with Alexandria, Jerusalem, and Moscow. Um, Interestingly enough, I think they made contact with Antioch and Constantinople, but they weren't as big of a factor at that point in this exchange.
Yeah,
So
maybe it would be easier, or maybe it would be better to refer to it as what Western rites, because like there's obviously there's more than one Western rite, and more than one rite is kind of being practiced within the Western rite vicarates of the Orthodox Church right now. So like Rokor kind of primarily focuses on the Sauron rite. That's my understanding. Whereas
not at all.
in not at all. Okay.
No.
Well,
I
so
don't know if
they're
you
not the
heard.
same though, right?
Uh
Like I think I know of one Saint Gregory's Orthodox Church somewhere does they actually do like the traditional Latin mass.
uh okay, so I see where this is headed. Yeah, I'm gonna address that as I can
Okay.
continue. I
Okay,
didn't
go ahead. Go
mean
ahead.
I didn't mean to get too bogged down in those historical details. So bottom line is the Russians, when they were keeping tabs on this dialogue with the non-juring Anglicans, they called it Orthodox Unia. So like the word Unia in terms of Western Rite Orthodoxy really shouldn't be a problem. It's not um like it's not meant as a slur. The papal uniates, that's the name they coined for themselves. Um Now they act like they're offended by it, but it's their own word. So if you want to refer to Western Rite Orthodoxy as reverse uniatism, I don't really care. I'm not offended by that. I just think one thing that needs to be highlighted is that the history behind why we have Western Rite Orthodoxy and why there's not just Byzantine Rite uh, Catholicism, but the various other Oriental rites under them as well have a different history. The the level of like violence and trickery that exists within the Roman Catholic Unia is just not there in the Orthodox Western Rite. Um,
Yeah, I
so
think for me, if I were to address the question with somebody, like I would probably talk about the Council of Florence and kind of more of like a coercive sense of like joining the Catholic Church. Whereas from the Orthodox perspective, these were people who wanted to be part of the Orthodox Church, but they had a legitimate continuation of liturgy and practice within that belonged to them and was already Orthodox in a sense. So it was more of a matter of like uh, bringing in a group of people and uniting them to the church and allowing them like blessing their own cultural traditions, whereas this is a very different practice in the Catholic Church in the way that uniates were brought in through a kind of more of, like I said, a coercive method of doing that.
yeah, yeah, that essentially I think is a nice summary. With the caveat, of course, that we are the Catholic Church, but um, I can't let that slide. Otherwise, people are gonna like get on me. So like, I'm sorry, it's nothing personal. I got certain things about me that I have to keep up. So I guess if someone wants to know like why there should be a Western Rite Orthodoxy, because I would say, I'm obviously uh, I've established this like this memeing that I do on Facebook of all rights matter is usually preceded by a hashtag. Because, yeah, I would love to reunite with the Oriental Orthodox and have them keep all their rights. The Coptic rite, the Armenian rite, the Ethiopian rite, the West Syriac rite. They're all like very ancient and beautiful. And I think they have a place in the Christian church. And specifically, I mean, everyone has a place here in the United States of America. And then, of course, I have my own group on Facebook about the East Syriac rite, too. But I view the Western Rite mostly the way I view all of those rites in terms of like all of them are on this, like, I don't know if spectrum is the right word, but historically it was like not a problem that all these different people had these different liturgical traditions, and so that's how it should be, right? I mean, like, they all belong to the church. But in terms of Western Rite specifically, I think that what's important is that, here on American soil, that the Christianity that came here originally was Western. Most of the people that are converting are Western. And I don't even just mean like white people from Western Europe. I mean like people that have African ancestry, that have Asian ancestry. The Christianity a lot of those people know is also Western. And I mean, like, Rocor has a Western Rite parish that's like all Vietnamese people out in California. So it's clearly not even just a white people thing. Because I've seen a few people try to say that the Western Rite is racist, and I think that is like the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Especially because all the actual racist people that I know that are in the Orthodox Church all go to Eastern Rite parishes, actually. So, but that's a story for another time. And to be honest with you, like, I don't think that there's like the answer as to why there needs to be a Western Rite. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's all kinds of reasons why. So,
Yeah, I guess maybe I have a little bit. I've given some thought to this, especially with questions that people have, and I don't respond. I don't have a response to every time somebody asks questions. Sometimes
Sure.
I'm just like, I don't know, I don't care, and I'm busy, have my own life going on. I just don't. It
Right.
requires more mental effort to respond to people than I have at that moment. But like the rights are one thing, but I think more important than even the rights is probably the embracement of the saints that come from those areas.
Yeah.
So like I kind of was making fun of the other day is we have this book that was a calendar of the saints, of the lives of the saints. And usually my wife, it came from Ancient Faith Radio. My wife and my family, we read from that. But I was looking at it, I was like, you know what? I think Saint Bridget of Kildare is missing from it. I think Saint David of Wales was not in there. And there's a number of saints. It was like, these are kind of like important to my family and I. So we we use that, but we also use other sources. Like we actually use the Antiochian the Western Rite website because they have a listing of saints and things on there. So I
Totally.
think the reading of the lives of like Western saints and the commemoration of those saints that kind of relate to your own people. These are Orthodox saints. So yeah, I mean, I brought my saint. My wife got this. Actually, this came from a monastery in Greece, but it's my Saint Patrick icon up. So we always commemorate Saint Patrick. But it just kind of even more important, I think, than like liturgical rites is like the commemoration of like those saints, which their blood and their teachings and their lives were spent bringing orthodoxy to the West.
Yeah. But their rite is important too, because that's the liturgical tradition that they did. And it's similar to like, I mean, in every liturgical tradition, there are saints that have a high place in honor on certain days that are outside of their cultural milieu, right? So there are certain days in what we could call the Byzantine Rite or the Eastern Rite where there are Western saints that take the top slot. Or sometimes they take like a tertiary spot, right? And same thing in the Western Rite. There are days where there are Byzantine saints that are the top spot, or where there's like East Syriac saints that are on the top spot. Um, uh, and So that is important, but I also don't think we should create this artificial thing of like, um, this Western saint is not like only appears on the list of saints for the day. There's no hymnography written. I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. Like those kind of things need a blessing, um, and things like that. But because I've seen people try to create this honoring of Western saints uh, without wanting the Western rite. Like I've even had priests ask me like, why can't I do an akathist to this Western saint? And I'm like, well, I didn't say you can't. Like, please do. But I'm like, that doesn't take the place of the Western rite. And they're like, okay, well, what if I do add some prayers from the rosary to it? And I'm like, why? You know what I mean? Like, just do the you know what I mean? Like, and I know that's not what you're getting at, but
Yeah.
but like you saying that reminded me that there are people who have like this cognitive dissonance. So I don't think you can really separate the saints from their cultural, their liturgical tradition.
Yeah, I think probably as a layperson, I probably think and look at this slightly differently because it wouldn't even occur to me to worry about it per se because I'm not making decisions for liturgical decisions for a church. I'm
Sure, that's
thinking,
fair. Yeah,
maybe in some small way I am for my house. Like we will say St. Patrick's breastplate this, on his day, we'll say probably
that's
his St.
fine.
Patrick's Eve song and things like that. But apart
Um,
from that, I'm not like making those kinds of decisions. So
no. And also what you do in your home is different than what you might do at like the church, right? So for example, last year when I was still at St. Polycarp in Maine, um, St. Patrick is actually the same in the Byzantine rite is the same day as Saint Alexis, the man of God. And they're both Western. Saint Alexis was from Rome. Um, and so I thought that was cool. And so Saint Alexis was actually the top saint of that day, I'm pretty sure, or he was within the top slot. Um, but the priest's wife there had a strong devotion to St. Patrick, and she found an akathist to St. Patrick on Facebook, and I didn't have a problem with it. I just didn't know where it came from. Whereas, like, I had a book of official akathists from Jordanville that had St. Alexis right there. So what we did was this: I did the akathist to St. Alexis, and then we tacked on the 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 St. Patrick's prayer from the breastplate, because that's kind of like a paraliturgical thing that you can just like tack on. And so we did that, and I thought that was nice. We ended up doing the akathist to St. Patrick on a different day, like later on. Um, uh, but on his actual day, we did the one for Saint Alexis because he was the primary saint of that day. So I wanted to do that. But so yeah, like those things exist and they are good and they should be done. I'm not saying that you can't honor Western saints in a Byzantine context. I just think that some people are going about it like with artificial ways. Like there's one deacon I know of who I won't identify, but he writes like canons and stuff to Western saints, and he visited our parish in Maine because even though officially that parish was Eastern Rite, we did Western Rite sometimes. We had a blessing to do that because Rocor, also has a Western Rite, so we weren't like a bi-ritual church or something, but enough photos of us doing Western Rite made their rounds, that other people I would meet if I went down to Holy Cross Seminary and tell them I was from there, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's Western Rite, isn't it?" And I'm like, "Well, not officially, but we do it sometimes." But that deacon said, "I love Western saints. I think we need to venerate the Western saints, but I don't like the Western Rite at all." And I'm just, I mean, that's like the stupidest sentence ever.
I hear a lot of like really interesting ideas that kind of float around out there, but I was talking to a priest's wife, and she actually brought up the Western Rite, and I didn't even mention it, but somebody was like, "Oh, Justin's really into the Western Rite." I'm like, "Well, not really." Like, I
Bro,
mean, I
if
don't.
you mention it once around people who otherwise wouldn't hear about it, you're officially the Western Rite guy. Like,
Yeah, that's kind of
I
how it
know,
was.
you know, because
But she
around
was like,
Western Rite people, I'm not the Western Rite guy. I'm more like the All Rights Matter guy. But like for people that are not into the Western Rite or not as involved, I'm like the token Western Rite guy, just like inherently, you know. So anyway,
yeah. So her issue with it was like, well, I don't like the priest's vestments in the Western Rite, and I'm like,
too
this
bad.
is this is so wild. I've never paid attention. Like I vaguely noticed that they're slightly different, but I don't even know. Like I think is that why you're Orthodox though? Is because you like the vestments, or like I
Yeah,
mean, what difference does it make? Like, well, that seems like such a trivial like thing to bring up.
yeah, it's really yeah, like that's just really stupid. And
Yeah,
there's
like so
also
if like Catholics had better vestments, would you suddenly want to become Catholic because you like their vestments more? Or I don't know.
well, we are Catholic, but
Oh yeah, we are the Orthodox Catholic.
would you want to be a
Yeah.
papist if they had cool vestments? Well, let me tell you, the Novus Ordo vestments are not very cool.
No, no, not at all, not at all.
Yeah, but uh, I'm trying to remember where I was at with that.
The Tridentine Mass vestments are a little bit cool though. I don't mind
Yeah.
those.
Oh, so let's go into
We actually
that.
have we have one of the diocesan traditional Latin Mass churches here
Oh,
in the
do
city
you?
where I live. Yeah,
Ooh, interesting.
yeah, Father
Um,
George.
um, you had been asking about the like, is there multiple Western rites? So the thing is there are different masses or different liturgies that are in the Western Rite. You know, just like in the Byzantine Rite, you know, Chrysostom, you know, Basil, you know, the pre-sanctified. There's also other Byzantine liturgies that are not done as often anymore, but that I've served at, like the St. James, the St. Mark, the St. Peter. Um, so the Western Rite does have multiple um, liturgies, but I wouldn't call them different rites in the strict sense of like talking about distinct liturgical rites of the historic church. Like, so in the Antiochian Western Rite Vicariate, we have the Mass of St. Tikhon and the Mass of St. Gregory. Now, we also have the monastic diurnal and then the English office. People are usually of the mind that the English office accompanies the St. Tikhon Mass, and that the monastic diurnal and the breviary accompany the St. Gregory Mass. But a lot of parishes do both. Like the parish I was at in Massachusetts was originally a Gregory church, but they always did the English office. Um, and they started doing Tikhon a few years ago, and they would like alternate. So when I got there in November, they were doing Tikhon on Sundays, I'm pretty sure, and Gregory during the week. And then when Advent started in December, they flipped it. It was Gregory on Sundays and Tikhon during the week. But anytime they did another prayer office, it was always from the English office. I don't they never did it from like they so it was evensong or you know, the English office matins or morning prayer. They never did lauds or vespers from the diurnal. And
So these would kind of be like different expressions of the Roman Rite.
yeah, that's what I would say. I mean, look, you get these people who really want to create this world that the West had all these different rights, and that evil Charlemagne came and like forced everything on them. The reality is that what Charlemagne did to the Western Rite or to the Roman Rite is what like Theodore Balsamon did to the Byzantine Rite a few centuries later. There was a lot of diversity within one rite that was kind of just like chiseled down to like, we're doing this usage, maybe we'll take this and that from this usage to put it in, and like that's the standard. And every liturgical rite has gone through that. The Coptic rite has gone through that. The Armenian rite has gone through that. The East Syriac and the West Syriac rites have gone through that. All of them have gone through this like channeling of diversity within their ritual context, and then a synod or a patriarch or an emperor says, this is too different, we need to like have it all be done this way. But then within that standard comes a new level of diversity that will branch out. So they kind of come in waves. And you see that in the Byzantine Rite now with what was called the Studite synthesis, where the monastic offices and usages were combined with the cathedral offices at the Studios Monastery in Constantinople. And to this day, that impacts how we do the Byzantine Rite. The fact that like we have certain prayers that are done in some of the offices are like because of that. And there's a combining of the monastic and the cathedral practices. But then even within that, then there comes like, okay, well, now that we're all doing this combined synthesized rite, that's still gonna like develop differently at a parish than it will at a monastery, right? So I'm trying to think of a specific example, but like right now, like there's all kinds of things that are going on in my brain. Okay, so the office of like little vespers, and then the all-night vigil, right? That's more of like a monastic thing. But doing like great vespers or something, that was more of a cathedral thing, right? And actually, if you get really into it, there was something that was called like cathedral vespers, which Father Ivan Moody of blessed memory, he died a few months ago. He composed a setting to like a cathedral vespers, and he got a blessing to like do it at his parish, and it followed what like the cathedrals in Constantinople like would have done like prior to the synthesis. And you do have like that New Skeet monastery in Cambridge, New York. They have done like a reconstructed cathedral usage, which is ironic because they're a monastery. So there have been like other, I mean, that's almost like a Vatican II mentality, actually, to like want to try to go back to something. So like my whole point with that is like, if you want to say there's multiple Western rites, then you could say that there's multiple Byzantine rites. You know what I mean? And I also think part of the problem is that we like to think in terms of like East versus West, when there's actually a lot more that's going on. Like the Coptic and the Ethiopian cultures, I mean, are really not strictly Eastern or Western in the way that we think of it. Like, yeah, they're part of the Oriental Orthodox Union, but that's just a convenient label because Eastern and Oriental like mean the same thing in most languages, right? So, if anything, the Coptic and the Ethiopian rites, in a sense, are actually very Western. They're much closer to the West. And Northern Africa was part of the Roman Empire, and they spoke Latin, like
Latin,
like Saint Cyprian of Carthage is an African who writes in Latin. Saint Augustine, like of Hippo, and they were both what we would call like Latin Rite or Western Rite, Roman Rite, but they're in Africa, right? So, and then if you talk to I would talk to my Armenian friends at seminary, and sometimes they would say like the West, and they'd be like, and I'm including you guys in that too. You know what I mean? Like, and then from the perspective of like the Assyrians, right? The East Syriac, we're all Western to them. Now, granted, from the perspective of the Roman, Latin, Western world, we are all Eastern. So I don't think it's bad to say Western, right? But what I'm saying is like the strict binary, and I hate to sound like such a leftist when I say that, because gender is definitely binary, but liturgics is not. And yeah, so because if you look at, I mean, the Coptic rite and like the West Syriac rite and the Ethiopian rite and the Armenian rite are all just as different from each other as they are from like ours, right? The Byzantine rite or the Western rite, and same thing. And you throw in the East Syriac rite, like there's all things they have in common. There's all things that set them apart. There's things they have in common with some of the other ones. So, I mean, yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Everyone just needs to digest that right now. Just like awaken your phronema,
Yeah, you have some great videos on your channel, which people can. I mean, I can put a link to it in the show notes after this. But
yeah, I
you go
kind
into
of
quite a bit of detail in some of the lectures on your channel I was going through this past week.
I do, and that was while I was in seminary. If I were to redo a lot of them, I would probably go into more detail. I actually was planning on doing a liturgical series at St. Stephen's in Ludlow during Lent, but because I'm not going to be there now, I'm not going to do it. Maybe I should actually do it on my own YouTube account. People have been telling me to do my own shows and stuff, so maybe that's something I'll think about. But either way, yeah, if you go to those, I mean, a lot of people that attended those lectures, their minds were blown. And like for me, I was just really just like, it was like standard stuff that they teach you in seminary. I mean, I put in a little extra spice in there, but I mean, for the most part, it was like standard seminary education stuff. There's a few things that I was going like by the book on, so to speak. For example, in some of my lectures, I think I allude to the theory of like what I call liturgical Darwinism, which is that like there was one rite in Jerusalem, and then all the other rites like descended from that. I actually don't hold to that theory, but I think I was just dealing with like what scholars were saying, and I was trying to like not be super like original in my thinking. But I think I think there's always been a multiplicity of liturgics, even from the very beginning, because in Jerusalem itself, you had various different Jewish groups and pagan groups too, and they all did their liturgies that would all have their different stuff. And I was trolling people on Facebook a couple years ago saying each of the 7 deacons appointed in the Book of Acts each did a different liturgical rite. Obviously, I have no way to prove that, but it's just fun to say. But it's really fascinating to me if you do a deep dive into one particular rite. They all often come back with like, this was done here in Jerusalem, and it's like, okay, these are all like, some of them are like very different practices. So it's like everything was going on there. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's actually that far-fetched of a thing to say that the seeds of all of the current liturgical rites we see now all started in Jerusalem, sort of like in separate corners, based solely on the fact that from the beginning, different cultures of people were converting into the faith. I mean, that's what Christianity stood apart. Well, I mean, for a lot of reasons, but what the point I'm highlighting here is that they stood apart because they were identified by Christ and not by their culture, which is sort of ironic now with the whole like overlapping jurisdictions things and like the ethnic label on all the signs. But like historically speaking, that is why Christianity stood out, is because we identified ourselves through Jesus Christ and not through our cultural identity. Not that that's lost, but you know, in Christ there is no Jew nor Greek. So that's that.
Yeah. So I guess kind of to start to wrap this up a little bit, unless people have questions. If people have questions kind of in the comments and want to
people are
see
being
anything, we
quiet.
can.
Let's go. Let's make some noise. Let's beat my record with James Gatt. Let's do 4 hours.
All right, we can try. I mean,
I've already
4
had
hours.
supper, so I'm good. I mean, I might need to go grab like an energy drink or something, but
Okay, yeah,
otherwise,
me
I'm
too.
good.
Yeah.
Actually, you want to go do that? You want to like take like a 30-second break?
Sure.
Because I have
If
to go
you
to the
want.
bathroom actually. And yeah, so I'll do that. I'll grab a Red Bull and then ask questions, people. Let's go.
Okay. While you're doing that, I do have a couple things we can. One of the things that I wanted to do with this, and you can go ahead, Stefan. I'll talk to address the audience, but Stefan.
Although my bishop calls me Stefan too, so I mean I can't really.
Yeah.
You know.
So with these live streams, kind of one of the things that I wanted to do was just kind of have an open discussion about some of the things going on throughout the Orthodox world right now. Not right now specifically. There are a few things that have come up and articles that have been written, kind of wild things. But I was hoping that just going forward, like Stefan and I or other people could kind of join to discuss some of these things and just chit chat, I guess, about um, any of those types of topics. Um, yeah, I didn't really have a whole lot to go over with it like at this moment, or things that I was interested in sharing right now. But I kind of just wanted to introduce Stefan to some of the people that follow my channel and put up a live stream on the channel that discussed and covered some of that. So I had seen him doing some stuff with Barely Protestant, which is you mentioned earlier, Father James is an Anglican priest, and Stefan, I guess, had been his roommate in college, and they had both gone through some stuff together, and then obviously Stefan ended up becoming Orthodox, and Father James ended up becoming an Anglican priest. And so that's the trajectory that their lives had taken. But as far as like my channel goes, I wanted to do something not exactly like what they were doing, but just to kind of address more specifically stuff within the Orthodox community and that's going on in the Orthodox Church in America. Not like OCA, but like just Orthodoxy in general in America. So yeah, if any of you guys have any questions or any thing that you wanted to hear Stefan talk about or bring up or discuss at the moment, feel free to post that, and I think he'll be back in a few minutes, and we will continue our chat at that time. So hopefully everybody's having a blessed cheese fair week, or it was meat fair this past week. We're headed towards cheese fair now, so hopefully you guys are enjoying that if you're Orthodox and participating in that. Yeah, so
This is cheese fair.
What?
This is cheese fair.
We had meat fair this past Sunday.
Right.
So we're headed towards cheese. Yeah, it's cheese fair now, so we're eating up our cheeses.
Yeah, I guess people. Yeah, because this is Cheese Fair week. Yeah, because Meat Fair is the last day of meat. Um, some people get confused with that, but anyway, uh, my mom got home. That's why I got delayed a little bit. I was talking to her and some of our neighbors. My car was stuck in some snow and I couldn't get it out because we don't have a shovel for some reason. And one our neighbor just came and shoveled my car out for me. So that was really nice of him. Um, where did my Red Bull go? Oh, there we go. Okay. This is
Yeah. So good.
new flavor of Red Bull. I've never seen this before. Pear cinnamon. So, also Adam James Gadomski was not my roommate. He was roommates with the guy I first went to an Orthodox service with.
Oh,
He and I
okay.
were not roommates. He was roommates with the guy that ended up getting me plugged in. Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. He was not my roommate.
Very good, very good. So you ended up becoming Orthodox, though, and obviously he chose to go a very different route. So did you know him very well throughout that time?
Yeah, I got to know him. I mean, we were probably like best friends at the time.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. I think he said something like, "Well, like he went through like 5 different churches that he would go through before he would even consider becoming Orthodox." So it was kind of like, wow, I don't really know how to.
So I
Kind
don't
of
want to.
strange.
I don't, and like I invited him to watch this, so I mean I don't want to come off like I'm attacking him without him defending himself, but
Yeah.
he was the source of frustration for a lot of people at my home church because um he like would argue with us and talk so much trash about Orthodox stuff, and then like later we find out, oh, my exposure to Orthodoxy um built an appreciation for liturgy, for sacraments, like all this stuff. And I'm like, it's almost like you like bullied us and then like stole our lunch money and like used that lunch money to go buy some other shit. Like it was just so it's so annoying, honestly, like on a personal level. And I love him to death. That's the only I mean, so I'm really not like it's just like you ever like you just love someone so much you just want to strangle them to death, that you know. Um,
Only the kids that I teach.
mhm. And the thing is, I'm not, and like hopefully, if I'm on his show again, we can dive more into some of the parts where we differ. But he and I used to get really into it. I mean, I think I acknowledged the first episode ever I did with him, like, um, I cussed him out in the middle of a service and everyone heard me because he was just getting on my nerves so much, like talking during the service about all the stuff he didn't like. And I'm like, can we talk about this afterward? Um, and you
Well, what's
know,
funny is, I mean, I think lots of people, as they come to the Orthodox Church, they go through, a number of different things before they get there.
sure, no,
But
it's
I actually, I came to the Orthodox Church, and I'm like, well, about that time, I was discovering like, well, there's these other churches that also have some form of apostolic succession, and
right.
I wanted to investigate them. So I was really more interested, probably at one point, in becoming Anglican, and
Mm,
I really wanted this to work out. I liked Anglicanism, but like the more I researched and discovered, it's like first I discovered like very high church Anglicanism that's is almost very similar to Orthodoxy, and then
right.
it's like that's the tip of the iceberg kind of sticking out, and then you discover the rest of it, and it's like, whoa, this is wild. Like there's, and I mean, I think one of the maybe it's not the most discrediting thing, but the thing that really like stuck to me was like, oh no, never mind, never mind. Probably was the ordination of homosexual ministers, which I know that there are groups that say like, oh well, we don't do that. Our um our group within the Anglican Communion doesn't do that. I'm like, yeah, but like the the Archbishop of Canterbury, like all of the patriarchal bishops that you credit with your apostolic succession, unanimously they all do. So I don't. I guess I don't really get some of that, and then just the ordination of female bishops. Like I was like, okay, hands off. Nah, that's it. And so yeah, I mean, my wife was not quite on board at the time within on becoming Orthodox. So she was like, well, I mean, could we just be Anglican for a while? Or can we, why don't we become Anglican? And I was like, well, we can become Anglican if you want, but once we've become Anglican, I'm still going to want to become Orthodox. And she's like, oh, for heaven's sake, never mind. Just go, we'll go become Orthodox.
Let's go. Yeah. A guy, actually, so a guy I was roommates with in college, who unfortunately left the church like shortly after being made a catechumen. And he is now a transgender. Um, he when Adam came to us and said, I'm becoming Anglican, he was giving Adam a really hard time because like they were talking really in depth. And I remember the guy said, so pretty much you're like the person who wants to get a license in Germany because there's no speed limits. And that stood out to me. And it's like it was so solid, especially it's sad because then that guy later became like a total apostate. But like the fact that he just nailed it, like what we were all kind of thinking that like was going on there with James Godomsky. You know, like he got an appreciation for liturgy and for sacramental stuff and for history and things like that, but didn't want to be bound to all the, I guess, the rules of orthodoxy per se. And again, I don't want to speak for him. I hope he and I do get to do an episode where maybe we talk about why he didn't become Orthodox. I think he has similar videos on his page about that, and I know he wrote at least one article about it years ago. But either way, yeah, it's like really like it's, you know, it's frustrating to hear that the person that was arguing with you the whole time was actually interested, because if like you had known that, you might handle it a little differently. It almost makes me feel a tad guilty that maybe I pushed him to Anglicanism by being too fierce or something. But actually, what's funny is we were at an OCF retreat. I think I was already done with college technically, but I came back for the retreat, and he was on that retreat with us. And we were talking, yes, because he was already, I think he was already Anglican at that point. Because I remember him asking the deacon that was there at the retreat, which was a deacon I knew from Birmingham, Alabama. His name is Deacon Tikon. So he asked the deacon about the relationship between Anglicanism and Eastern Orthodoxy. And he said, well, my patron saint, Saint Tikon, was foundational in that dialogue. And that ultimately led to, you know, a lot of the Orthodox Western Rite. But Adam was like giving a testimony about how he came out of like, you know, the Baptist world. And then he even said to me, or no, he said to everyone, and my friendship with Stefan was actually very helpful for me. And I remember his roommate, John Meese, guy gave me a pat on the back, and everyone's like, oh, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then I said, yeah, but he became Anglican and not Orthodox. And so Deacon Tikon's like, keep pushing, Stefan, keep pushing him. And then a whole bunch of other people were like, don't encourage him, because you know I kind of had a reputation. And even
Yeah.
my Ethiopian friend was there too. And I said, well, without him, I wouldn't be here. And he was like, I am not responsible for his like zealotry. I just got him to where he's at. You know, I mean, it was kind of a joke that we were all like, well, thank you. He's like, well, I mean, I didn't do that. You know, it was like this whole like circle of stuff.
Yeah, we should call you Stefan the Zealot. Zealot.
You did?
No, we should. We should coin that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, I guess. I mean, you know, I'd like to think I have matured over the years, but I don't know. I definitely
I
don't.
try to avoid it myself, but
Yeah.
it does. Sadly, it does happen.
Look, it doesn't look that dark outside, but I can tell my light is fading. I'm going to turn a light on here real quick.
Smooth. Very good. Very good. Yeah. So
Not enough.
yeah. So I think a major interaction from the like that dialogue between um, the Anglican and the Orthodox Church during that time period involved Saint Raphael of Brooklyn. Is that right?
Yeah.
And it was not good. Like it ended up not going well.
Yeah. The funny thing is what we call the liturgy of Saint Tikhon in the Western Rite is essentially the Anglican mass that's like run through an Orthodox filter, which was blessed by the Russian Synod, and Saint Tikhon's the one who submitted all the texts for them to look at. But a lot of people don't realize Saint Raphael was also fairly integral to that process too. In fact, that liturgy obviously is like posthumously named for Saint Tikhon. You know, he never actually went to serve that himself. But I think before they named it, there was there was a thought to name it for Saint Raphael of Brooklyn as well. And occasionally you'll see people who I guess didn't get the memo that it was that Saint Tikhon kind of won out on that. So I've heard actually people call the Tikhon Mass the Mass of Saint Raphael. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter because neither of them wrote it. They were both involved in the process. So
I don't think I've ever actually heard it celebrated before. I have the Antiochian Book of Common Prayer for the Western Rite. It has it in there, and I think I've read through it, but
Sure.
apart from that, I've never seen it done before.
Yeah.
I think at St. Patrick's they do. I want to say they do like the liturgy of St. Gregory the Great, but
Yep.
apart from that, that's the only like.
If you want to catch a live stream of a Tikhon Mass, St. Peter's in Fort Worth, which I've mentioned a few times now, they do the liturgy of St. Tikhon.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think of others that live stream that do it. I mean, they can't be the only one, but they're the only one I'm thinking of right now. Let's see, Holy Trinity in Lynchburg, Virginia. I don't know. I don't think they live stream, but they use Tikhon. Saint Stephen's in Ludlow, where I was, they live stream every Sunday and a lot of major feasts. So it might be Tikhon or it might be Gregory. Usually they'll say, but if you want to guarantee Tikhon, then St. Peter's in Fort Worth is the only place on YouTube I can think of. But if I find another one, I'll comment it later. I think you're about to say something though. Sorry, I wanted to get that thought out before I lost it.
I know I'm kind of running out of things that I had actually planned for the show, and we're a little over 2 hours in. But yeah, so I think we've got like 3 people on here. What else you got? I mean, there's lots of things going on. I kind of mentioned earlier when you were away, that are going on in the Orthodox world right now, but I hadn't really planned to talk about any of those. But I still saw Orthodox Christian Theology. Craig Tragulia posted up some big thing with the Eighth Ecumenical Council going on right now. I didn't really follow exactly what was going on with that. There's like some move to do something with it.
I'd be happy to address that actually. So, there are saints of the church who refer to 8 ecumenical councils. And the Roman church the Roman church now has 21, but formerly the one that we're calling the Eighth Ecumenical Council, they also had listed as the Eighth Ecumenical Council. After the schism, though, they flipped it, and the council that one was condemning, they now say that one is the Eighth Ecumenical Council, but we consider that a robber council. That's the one that condemned Saint Photius the Great.
Okay.
But the one that we're saying is the eighth, like, condemns the F word in the creed, the filioque, reinstates Photius for like the bajillionth time. And so, yeah, there is a history of that already being acknowledged as the Eighth Ecumenical Council. But for whatever reason, in popular Eastern Orthodox thought, we have settled on 7. And you even hear people talking about up to 10. Because there's well, what people attribute as the Ninth Ecumenical Council was actually like a bunch of councils over the course of 10 years or so, that were, like the things that Saint Gregory Palamas were, involved in. And then the 10th one, I think, is the Council of Blackernay, which repudiated like the false union, of Florence. But the hymnography of the Byzantine Rite has always, I mean, it kind of got set on 7 councils. So, to be honest, I'm sort of indifferent to a lot of that. Like, what those councils teach is true, and no one's, I think, seriously questioning that. So, whether there's a big thing to declare it as an Eighth Ecumenical Council or not, to me is like, okay, great. Like, if it is, awesome. And if it's not, I mean, there's already the history of it being like recorded as, so you can never erase that. So, I think as Orthodox, we like to, especially as Orthodox on the internet, we like to hype stuff up. Like when that thing in Crete was going on, I was like, I found it embarrassing on either side. You had these other people that were like, this is the first ecumenical council since, the 8th century. So they were only counting 7 councils, right? And they were like, this is, and I'm like, first off, you don't declare a council ecumenical before it happens. And then these other people were like, oh, this is gonna be a robber synod. It's gonna be horrible. And I'm like, all right, like, everyone just needs to shut up. If Crete had gone, well, the one cool thing about the Council of Crete was that it would have been the first time in modern history that every autocephalous Eastern Orthodox church would have been represented, except for the OCA, I think. I mean, there were people from the OCA there, but because they're not recognized completely as autocephalous by everyone, they didn't have like a special seat. But classmates of mine that are OCA clergy did go to the council. So that would have been really neat, actually, to have representation from all of the Eastern Orthodox churches in one sitting. That wouldn't make it ecumenical in of itself, but like it would still be like a cool thing that we did, especially because now there's like it's more than just the ancient patriarchates. Like now you have all these national churches and stuff. But it ended up, I think, like 10 jurisdictions were represented, which is still not bad. And they released they actually released a really good document on marriage. A lot of people don't realize how profound their marriage document was, because we will talk a lot I think in the United States of America that like we're allowed to marry other Trinitarian Christians. And canonically, that's not true. Canonically, we're only allowed to marry Orthodox. But we, through economia, allow that because we're such a minority here. And the Council of Crete actually said that. It stated that it was only by economia that was done. And a lot of the trads who were like, this is a robber synod before it even happened, they were like, look how liberal this is. It's allowing intermarriage. And it's like, no, it's not. It's acknowledging that the intermarriage is actually not the rule, that it's economy. And the weird thing is, though, you get trads who actually think that that's the rule anyway. So that confused me a little bit. But um, I remember in seminary, Father Alexander Rentel, who is like one of the foremost experts of canon law, and he was my thesis advisor, and he's the chancellor of the OCA now. He said that the document that came out from Crete about marriage was like the most like traditional, like the most traditionally minded document that came out on marriage in a long time. Because you see this push over the last century in some of these local synods to be more liberal about marriage, like letting priests remarry when their wife dies and things like that. And it's like that, you know, would go against like the ancient tradition of the church. And like even letting lay people do that now was like technically always an economy, but it was an economy. It wasn't like the rule. But now people act like, oh yeah, your spouse dies, you can just go and get remarried. I'm like, I would not want to enter into a marriage with a wife who talks that way. You know what I mean? Like, the hell, you know?
I want to find out what the insurance program she's taking out on me is.
I know, because in that case, if my, you know, like God forbid, like I get married and my wife gets sick and she's dying, who says I can't look for another spouse while she's dying so I can get married immediately, you know, and never have to, you know what I mean? That's just that's so, that happened actually with speaking of Anglicans, with Henry VIII, right? His his final wife, who he did not kill, her second husband was dying when he literally was like attempting to court her. And then once he died, he like immediately sent a proposal to her. And at least in this show called The Tudors, which is very spicy and steamy, so I'm not saying anyone should watch it, but in that, like, they make it very obvious that like her dying husband knew she was gonna marry the king after he died, and like his last words to her were "Go to hell." So, but it's funny is because her first husband had died too. So what does he expect? He probably did the same thing. So anyway, that I realized that like deviated from your initial thing, but
that's all right. I see Donnie's journey to Orthodoxy is down in the
yeah,
comments.
what's up, Donnie?
He said we actually talked earlier about that parish in Huntington, right? That
I
he's
know,
visiting.
isn't that funny? I wonder if
Donnie
Donnie knows that guy.
So he was formerly Apostolic United Pentecostal, like the oneness, like Pentecostals, and he has some great videos on his channel about his conversion and
I should
coming to the
subscribe
Orthodox
then.
Church. Yeah, it's really interesting, the stuff. I think I listened. I was traveling one time and went through and just listened to I think all of his videos in like a day.
I'm friends with Donnie on Facebook, but I have not. I'm literally I'm gonna subscribe right now, because if I don't do it now, I will forget. All right, I am subscribed now to Donnie's Journey to Orthodoxy. Yeah, and now he's truly apostolic.
Yes,
So,
yes, one
always
holy
welcome.
Catholic and apostolic.
Let's go. Yeah, the word Orthodox isn't even in the creed, y'all. Come on.
Yeah, that does feel a little I forced sometimes. Like talking to people, I'm like, well, the Orthodox Church is the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Orthodox Church. So
What's funny is in the Coptic liturgy, and maybe some of the other Oriental ones too, there are some prayers that say the Holy Catholic and Apostolic Orthodox Church, actually. But then there are some prayers I've noticed that Coptic priests will add the word Orthodox when it's not there. It actually just says Catholic and Apostolic, but they'll throw the word Orthodox in there. I mean, like, I guess just to make sure.
I think there's a few YouTubers that like Michael Lofton is one of those where he'll like use it's like, yo, dog, we got the one holy Catholic Apostolic Orthodox Church over here, y'all. That kind of stuff. But
I should be like, where does it say Roman Catholic Church in the creed?
yeah. But I know, and then like even like Father James, he uses this term. Like a lot of people use this term Orthodox now to describe like Protestant churches for some reason.
And so I actually am glad you brought that up. That's why, look, this idea that we somehow have a trademark on the word Orthodox is a complete fantasy. I mean, just read saints from start. I mean, pre-schism, of course, but start going from the 11th century down. We always call ourselves the Catholic Church. Yes, we say Orthodox too. We say Apostolic Church. And then when it gets a little more obvious that we're not reuniting, some of the saints and the hierarchy at the time start acknowledging, the Eastern Church or whatever, but that's only by like proxy with the West. They're not saying that like that's the identity of the whole church now, or that it should be. That just kind of like incidentally became so. And the term Eastern Orthodox is much later. It's kind of like a Western appellation that we kind of accepted. We're like, all right, if that's what you need to call us to understand what we are. And there's even like areas of academia where the term Greek Orthodox is just used for the entire Eastern Orthodox world.
Well, that I kind of get, just because
Yeah.
The uses of Greek as a language in the East and as a common tongue kind of, I mean,
Sure.
that is very uniting and indicative. Our councils and everything is all in Greek. So
Absolutely. Yeah. And
in that sense, it makes sense.
Right. And especially as an Antiochian, so you were talking about the word Roman before. In the Middle East, we are called the Roman Orthodox Patriarchate of Antioch. But in English and other Western languages, we render that as Greek. So a lot of the encyclicals we'll get from the Patriarch here in America will say the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Antioch. So especially as an Antiochian, it's not inaccurate of me at all to say that I'm Greek Orthodox. But really anyone that's in the Eastern Orthodox Church can. It was really Roman Catholic scholars, as far as I've read. I mean, I haven't read everything under the sun, but I've read quite a bit. I was in seminary for 5 years, so that'll do that to you. It seems to me that the simply just calling us Orthodox is mostly a Roman Catholic thing that started, and it was kind of a pejorative. It was kind of like, oh, they think they're so orthodox in everything that they do. So it was really like an insult. And even in if you go to newadvent.com, that's the Roman Catholic encyclopedia from like the previous century. That's pretty much all that's there. And they'll have a thing that says like, when we refer to like the what's the word? The dissident Eastern churches as Orthodox, we are not saying that we believe them to be Orthodox. It's like this really like underhanded kind of condescending, like, check your white privilege, bro, like stuff. And so this idea that like, we have the corner market on the term Orthodox is just never been the case. And that doesn't mean we're not Orthodox. Like we obviously are, but we have to understand that like the church refers to itself historically as a lot of different things. But I mean, Catholic and Apostolic are two of the most important ones that we shouldn't let go of. And I know if you read like Catholicity in the Church by Father John Meyendorff, the whole thing is about how we are Catholic. When I was at St. Polycarp in Sanford, Maine, I taught catechumens, and all three of the catechumens ended up being my god kids. But I used that book for catechesis, and in it, it addresses like this shift that was going on about the 1960s and 70s of Orthodox people who, in order to not be mistaken for being papalists, are starting to shy away from using the word Catholic. And Father John Meyendorff is telling them this is not a good idea. Like, we are Catholic, and if we lose that identity, then like, we're not going to actually be like promoting the real faith. And so I can't exactly read something like that and then like walk away from that going like, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, and I think the OCA, before it was called the OCA, was called, oh, hello, kitty. My mom just let the cat in, so maybe you'll get to see her. The OCA was called the Russian Orthodox Greek Catholic Metropolis or Metropolia
Yeah.
of America. And Schmemann, I think, was disappointed that in the official charter of what became the Orthodox Church in America, they chose to drop the word Catholic from it. And I know
I mean, that is an obnoxiously long title.
I mean, yeah, fair. So, okay, the cat is the one who pressed that down.
Okay.
Come say hi, Valentine. Come on. She's kind of restless. This cat is,
I mean,
18 years old, and she
if they had kept the Catholic in and just said the Catholic Orthodox Church in America, I think that could have worked out. You just said Coca, and then
I'm a cat-holic, a Catholic. Okay. And even like the Carpatho-Russian diocese, now they were former Uniates who were calling themselves Greek Catholics as well. And when they converted, their official, in fact, the official name of their diocese now still is the American Carpatho-Russian Orthodox Greek Catholic Diocese. But they usually, ACROD is a much better abbreviation than like ACROD or like whatever it would be. But the reason they did that is because a lot of people think that the term Greek Catholic was only used by Orthodox if they were ex-Uniates who were like trying to shift into their new identity. But that's not true at all. Greek Catholic, from an academic perspective, just meant that you did the Greek rite, the Byzantine rite. And so you had, I actually talked to a Carpatho-Russian priest about this because he's old enough where, like, when he was in seminary and when he was growing up, Greek Catholic just meant that you did the Byzantine rite. You had to specify whether you were an Orthodox Greek Catholic or a Uniate Greek Catholic, right? So we even, like, a lot of, like, the OCA and the Carpatho-Russian diocese went to court to be able to, like, use the word Catholic in their name, on their signs and in their charters. So it's really a shame if, like, you know, the people who came before us are going to go to court for this stuff, and we're just going to, like, not care about it. So words are not just words, you know, they have meaning, and
well, it shows a consistency with the, you know, throughout the millennia of, you know, the church.
Yeah. And even a lot of Uniate churches on their charters and cornerstones and stuff will say, like, Roman Catholic on them. I think Father Ed said that the Melkite and the Maronite Church in Lawrence, Massachusetts, where he was, their official cornerstones said, like, Melkite Roman Catholic and Maronite Roman Catholic. Now a lot of the Uniates try to deny that they're Roman in any way, except for the Maronites, I think, because even a lot of Maronite books, like I read a book about the Maronites written by Maronites. It was published in the 1960s. So probably sometime after Vatican II. And it said, simply put, a Maronite is a faithful Roman Catholic. Like, just straight up said that. So I was like, great. And, like, at least you're acknowledging this, you know, props to you, even though the Maronites killed the Orthodox in the Lebanese Civil War. You know, at least they're being honest about who they are, you know, so.
Yeah. It's a video that came out a while ago. I mean, years and years ago, but I come across it on YouTube every now and then, where the monks at the Holy Sepulchre are like, there's like a group of Maronite monks and a group of Orthodox monks that are like fighting in the square there.
I've seen Armenian monks, and
is that what maybe it is, Armenian then?
Yeah, because the Holy, so this is,
they have like brooms or something. They're like tripping
Yeah,
each other and fighting.
yeah, that's the Armenians. So speaking of all rights matter, it's funny, the Holy Sepulchre has a chapel for pretty much every liturgical rite. And historically, Saint Sophronius of Jerusalem talks about this. He talks about like the different liturgies that are going on that are all under him, um, and um, the the way it manifests now is obviously our patriarchate. There is just what they call the Greek Orthodox patriarchate. So they do the Byzantine rite. Each of the Oriental Orthodox also have like a space there. So there's an Armenian chapel. There's a Syriac chapel, a Coptic one, and then like the Ethiopians were given, I think, like the rooftop or something. And then because of the Crusaders, the Roman Church has a chapel there, and there's like a special Franciscan order there that are like the keepers of the sepulcher or something. It's called the custodians of the Holy Land, or the holy sites. And actually, Abbot Theodore from our Western Rite monastery here, he formerly was a Franciscan that was a custodian of the Holy Land. I like the view of the cat now. My cat.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. And then actually, the remnant of any kind of Assyrian or East Syriac presence in the Holy Land died out in I think it was, I don't remember the year. I used to know it. So the historic Nestorian lineage got swallowed into the Chaldean Unia in so it was 1804, I think. So actually, wait, never mind, because the Chaldean Church exists in the Holy Land too. There's like various uniate groups there, because you've got the Maronites, you've also got the Chaldeans, and then the Melkites, and then the Armenian uniates too. Like not just the Armenian Apostolic Church, but the Armenians that are under Rome. Also, so like a lot of the uniates have like their own little micro chapels too. I don't know if they're all in the sepulcher itself or if they're like adjacent to it. But sorry, what I was thinking of is that when the Nestorians were swallowed into the Chaldean Church, the remnant that remained independent didn't have any bishops left, but they were in the Holy Land, and then they died out a few decades later. And I think a lot of them became Syriac Orthodox, because Syriacs that are Oriental Orthodox in the Holy Land call themselves Assyrian Orthodox, as if life wasn't confusing enough. And they're actually, well, if you go watch one of my liturgical rites videos from New Jersey, when I say Assyrian, I think the priest himself says, "Oh, there's an Assyrian church down the street, or over in this other town," and I'm like, actually, it says Assyrian Orthodox, but if you look underneath, the emblem of the Syriac, the West Syriac Church, is under it, because those are ethnic Assyrians that are in the Syriac Orthodox Church, and people's eyes just like glaze over, but that actually is a Syriac Orthodox church that has the word Assyrian on it, and you can tell when you walk in, it's got icons, so it wouldn't be an Assyrian Church of the East, because they're iconic. So, well, that's similar though to the use of the word Roman, right? Technically, Byzantine is Roman, but like when we talk about liturgics, we say the Roman Rite and the Byzantine Rite. I guess you could say the Eastern Roman Rite. That wouldn't be incorrect, right? So in this case, as one of my teachers at the Orthodox Institute in Berkeley said, words are words and things are things. Yeah. Look at my snug kitty right there.
That's nice. Is that a is that a he cat or a she cat? Is it a boy or a girl cat?
It is female. Okay. Although her
But
name
yeah,
is...
she looks pretty cozy there beside you.
Yeah, you'd never guess she's 18 years old because she would like,
Wow.
yeah, she just naps all the time. That's how she stays alive. She's outlived like every cat that came before her and after her. So yeah, I want people to see the kitty. Um, so yeah, like that whole tie-in with Jerusalem, harkens back to what I just said about all the different rites existing there. Because to this day and throughout all the centuries, it was a hub of various cultures. Um, so as it should be.
Indeed, indeed. Well, did you have any other topics to kind of cover before we started bringing it in, or?
Probably. I think my mom might want her room back.
Okay.
Hold on, let me check. Mom, are you going to bed anytime soon? Oh, okay, so you don't need your room back. Oh yeah, it's only government fake 7:30. Okay, never mind. We're good. You stuck with me. She was walking in and out, so I thought like maybe she's getting ready for bed, but I realized it's 2 hours, but before her usual. I see. Okay. Um. Yeah. I mean, we can talk about how all
We
rights
kind of
matter,
discussed the, yeah, all right, matter.
or
We
the
went over
the Oriental question.
what is the Oriental question?
Like, are the non-Chalcedonians really Orthodox? I mean,
Okay, so
I don't know.
sure.
I don't know why people aren't asking me questions.
I guess I don't. I've never really had an opinion on this. I visited a Coptic Orthodox church
Yeah.
in Ohio here, which was a little bit strange in that they had redone it with I'd heard like you have to take your shoes off and stuff before you go in. They didn't
Right.
have anybody do that, and then they had redone the church in Western iconography, which was kind of I guess unexpected on my part. But otherwise, they
Ah,
a
I'll
lot of the
bet.
service was still in Arabic.
I want you to do me a favor. Can you Google Fayum portrait? It's Fayum.
My laptop died, and I would have to use the what I'm recording on to
Okay, yeah,
Google
'cause
it.
I want people to see it. All right, if you Google Fayum portrait, everybody, hold on. I have a phone. Tell me if the iconography resembles this or not.
Hmm.
Oh, can you see? Oh, there's a lot of light. Oh no, that.
I don't really remember. This has been like 5 years ago for me. It looks like Donnie said he was at a Coptic church recently, a few
Yeah.
weeks ago in Florida.
All right. Well, what does this look like to you? Does this look Western to you?
No.
It doesn't.
Um, no, it looks like a Muslim woman to me.
Well, it is a portrait from the 2nd century uh, in Egypt.
Okay, so
Yeah. So a lot of their iconography is based on this style, and the Renaissance was actually influenced by this and like other styles too. So a lot of
okay.
times when we think we're seeing Western iconography in their churches, we're actually seeing what is more traditional to
Hmm.
theirs. Or like this dude right here. Oh, this glare is killing me.
Okay, he kind of came in there for a second.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean if you look it up, you'll see. And so um now that's not to say that like maybe they haven't borrowed from actual Western stuff, but I find a lot of stuff that's in a Coptic context that people think is Western is usually actually their more ancient style, because the style that we conceive of as Coptic, that's like kind of like a cartoon style, that is much later. That's a particular iconographer who had a lot of influence, and taught a school of iconography. So while we think of that as traditional Coptic iconography, that's actually not very traditional. I mean, it's beautiful. I'm not saying I don't like it and that they shouldn't do it. But what a lot of people look at as being Western is not always. Actually, if you remember the name of the church, I can tell you. Do
I
you remember?
don't remember now.
Do you remember what town it was in?
Miamisburg, Ohio.
Miamisburg, Ohio. Saint Mina and Saint Abanub.
Okay, probably because that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm seeing an icon on the top of the website that, yeah, to a lot of people would seem Western, but I think resembles the Fayum. There's a little bit, maybe, of a Western tint, especially making Jesus look white, but and like he's holding the globe in his hand there. You know, does that look kind of familiar?
Yeah, I don't really exactly recall.
Okay,
I was pretty new to Orthodoxy, so kind of the whole thing was new to me at the time. So
I see. There was a Rokor priest who did the iconography for a Coptic church in Ohio, and I'm wondering if that was it. Yeah, so if I'm looking at the same thing that you were, this is more or less what I expect a Coptic church to actually look like, but a lot of people think is Western.
okay.
Yeah, yep. This is actually the more traditional style.
Yeah, the Russian style is actually very. So there's like the Byzantine style of
Yes,
iconography, and then Russia has like its own kind of. So like I have these icons from a Russian monastery, and okay, yeah, I see.
yeah. So that's not really Western. I mean, I'm not gonna deny that like maybe there's some Western influence, but the overall style is more like the Fayum stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that might be the one that the Rokor It was the Rokor priest from Erie, Pennsylvania, the old ritualist church. He actually, so if he did that, I mean, that's really, he obviously did the research to like find the style and stuff. But anyway,
So now you
so
were when we started this, you were going into something about the Coptic Church and Orthodoxy. So what were you saying about that? Like where was that headed?
I mean, it was just something to talk about, but you know, I actually have a 2-part lecture on my channel about Eastern and Oriental Orthodox dialogue.
I
And I
remember you
had
saying something about like your if anybody said anything to you, like just there was like a bishop or somebody that you were under that was like
Bishop
have
John
them
of
talk to me.
Worcester. Yeah, so Bishop John told me if anyone has a problem with me going to Oriental Orthodox services to have them call him, and he'll set them straight. So, um,
Okay, so when you're there, do you commune with the Oriental Orthodox like as a full
no,
member? Okay.
I do not have a blessing to do that. I mean that does happen in the Middle East, but uh, I do not have that permission. I have permission to read something if they ask me to, which often does happen. I've participated in like processions and stuff. I've even been I've gotten to see 2 different Coptic liturgies from opposite sides of the altar because the way the Coptic altar is set up, only like the middle section is strictly the altar. The two like the equivalent of what we know in the Byzantine Rite as the deacon doors, which are
Yeah.
curtains, uh, in the Coptic Rite, they lead into side areas. So like I've actually been allowed to stand in the side and watch what's going on in the altar. Um, and but I've never like served in the altar. Um, at some Malankara churches I've been to, they've invited me into the altar, but I've always said no because I just don't want to push too many boundaries. Like that would be something I would want to ask my bishop on if that would be okay. And I would rather just stay on the outside and like watch what's going on because I'm not serving a purpose. I don't know the rite like well enough to go and serve it, and I don't want to just stand in an altar. You know what I mean? So, um, but and actually at an Ethiopian service I went to in Dallas, Texas, they gave me the stick, the little chanter stick, so I got to lean on that, and they even asked me to dance. I was like, nah, I'm too white. Like I actually said that. I was like, I'm too white. I can't do it.
That's what we need, Donnie. He was Apostolic United Pentecostal. They can dance. Maybe not the style of dancing that they want in the Coptic Orthodox Church, but or what is it? Ethiopian Orthodox Church.
Yeah. Um, uh, the Ethiopians have like liturgical dancing and stuff. That's I mean, it's usually more part of like the prayer. Yeah, the prayer offices. Sorry, my stutter just blocked me. um, I'm trying to remember if during the actual divine liturgy, I think during the divine liturgy itself, they're more focused on what's going on in the altar. But um, it's been a few years since I've been to an Ethiopian service, so I'm getting a little
Yeah,
hazy
I
on that.
almost couldn't see. I mean, I guess I can kind of see like people having a problem with you just like attending one of these churches because people have problems with everything. But like if you're not communing or like participating in the service beyond like what you've described, for the majority of people, I really don't see how there would be any major issues with this.
Well, yeah, and like simply speaking, if my spiritual father, my confessor, my bishop, and when I was in school, my seminary encourages this. They really the people they should take it up with are all those people, and sometimes they do. I mean, they'll be loud on the internet. People talk a lot of trash about Saint Vladimir's to the point where it's really, um, like, um, annoying and sometimes offensive. Um, but we're not thin skinned. You know what I mean? So like, I remember like Father Chad one year was just like, we did something like letting the Oriental Orthodox do a prayer service in the main chapel, and he was like, "You're gonna see a lot of people online that are gonna say things like Saint Vladimir's is up to their shenanigans again." He's like, "Pay no attention to them," So, um, it's funny to me though. This one trad person who I will not even dignify by saying his name. Uh, um, he was commenting on something about Vlad's and the Oriental Orthodox stuff, and I said, um, "Your bishop likes this," and he's like, "No way! My bishop is solid. He would never." And I'm like, "No, no, no! I literally like had lunch with your bishop, and he's talking to me about this. And then when I worked at St. Andrew's camp, I talked to him about this, and like I described multiple conversations I had with this guy's bishop, who's a bishop of the OCA. Well, I think I can say his bishop. His bishop is Archbishop Michael, who is like the rector of Saint Tikhon Seminary. Um, he loves Oriental Orthodox. So, and Tikhon's is like it goes through interesting phases because I feel like people from Tikhons don't seem to be as pro-Oriental as like people from Vlad's, but there still are Oriental Orthodox who study there. But Archbishop Michael loves them, and he has told me straight to my face that they are Orthodox. So this guy was like, "Oh, haha, fair enough. I guess not everyone keeps the tradition," or some stupid thing. Like he realized he was wrong because he wasn't talking to some like inexperienced like pleb. Like I'm someone who's traveled around and met like multiple bishops and talked to them about this stuff. So, um, yeah. So I got to ruin his life. I'm still ruining lives. Just Yep.
Back to the beginning.
Yeah.
So it was interesting, like some of the responses I get, because like I was telling you, I went to visit that Celtic Orthodox church, which ended up joining the Antiochian Archdiocese anyway. But like
Did
I
they
was telling,
already join, or are they still in process?
I think they're in process right now.
Oh,
They
okay,
did get a blessing to join, but they have not. I don't
okay.
think it's official yet.
Because I corresponded with him like recently, just checking on something, and the way he spoke was like that he was still, yeah.
I think it's May when like the Antiochian bishops will be coming.
Yo, I
Um,
want to. Ooh, I'll be traveling then. That'll be like right after Pascha. I want to try to time that. That'd be really awesome to see that.
yeah, maybe check with them and see what when this is like when the official date of them coming to the church and stuff will be in.
Awesome.
Um, but like I was telling, like people were asking me about like, why are you going? What are you doing? What do they do? Do they believe this? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I don't know. You have to go. You have to go visit to know that. So until I go and visit, I can't answer any of these questions. And
Yeah.
like one of the funny responses from a guy was like, well, make sure you don't cross yourself when you're there, because like I don't know why. And I'm like, well, that's interesting because like when I taught at a Catholic school, and so I spent a year teaching there. It was a wonderful experience. I love the kids and stuff, and the opportunity to teach in a Catholic school. But the um the way that I kind of distinguished that I was not Catholic was the way I crossed myself, because it was different than all of the teachers, all the students.
But you
Um,
are Catholic.
yeah, but I am Orthodox Catholic. But I was not part of the papal church, so
Oh
it,
yeah.
it was actually like crossing myself in church that distinguished me as something different. So it it was kind of strange, like that insinuation that like, well, make sure you don't cross yourself because then you're like joining with them in prayer. I'm like, well, actually, I was kind of distinguishing myself as not one of them by the way that I crossed myself. And then the same thing, like if I were at like an evangelical church, which I've not been to in quite a number of years now, but like if I were to go to an evangelical church and I crossed myself, I wouldn't be joining them in prayer. I would kind of be distinguishing myself as not one of them, because none of them would ever cross themselves. So
Right. Right.
like some of these things people come up with, I guess I don't know exactly where they're coming from, but it just doesn't seem exactly right to me.
Um. How did the Celtic Orthodox group cross itself? Do you remember?
Uh, I think they use. I think there was a mix, if I'm being honest.
Okay. That's pretty standard for so in the Antiochian Western Rite Vicariate, you're allowed to go either way. Most people go this way, because um that's just like what most other like Antiochians are doing. And um I also, there is historical, I think great historical evidence that the West did cross itself this way for a long time. Um, and so those people probably know that, but it's not forbidden to go the other way. And I think I mentioned this with the Anglican priest pal of mine that Oriental Orthodox have more evidence that they've gone this way for, I don't know, like for forever, probably, because in the 12th century you have Dionysius Bar Salibi, who's a Syriac bishop, and he has a treatise called Against the Melkites. And by Melkites, he means, the Byzantines. And he talks about how we do this as the sign of the cross, but that they go this way. And so um, that is like pretty early on, um, in terms of like, well, I guess 12th century. I mean, I guess depends what we're talking about. But the Pope Innocent III in the following century, the 13th, talks about the sign of the cross, and he describes like doing this with your hand. He describes going from, right to left, exactly the way that the Eastern Orthodox are doing it now. And the Assyrians historically also do this. The Assyrian Church of the East, and I think the Ancient Church of the East, go like this. And if you read the texts for like the Chaldean and the Syro-Malabar, who are the Syriacs that are under Rome, their books say to go like this, but a lot of them go like that. but their books actually say to do it the way that we do it. So it's interesting that the West and the Byzantines and then like the Far East, have a tradition of right to left, but all the other churches, the Armenians, the West Syriacs, Ethiopians and Copts actually have a long-standing tradition of going this way, and no one's really sure why the Western Church changed it. I've heard all kinds of theories. I've heard it was a way for the Crusaders to further divide the non-Chalcedonians from the Byzantines. They would like use them against each other, so they would actually copy them, so that it would like look like they were more aligned with them. I've heard that they actually realized they were supposed to go this way because they were just mirroring the blessing of the priest, and they're like, oh wait, we should be going this way instead. Like, so I've heard all kinds of things. And I actually think the Oriental Orthodox have a great theology about why they go this way. Because they say that they don't want to, they want to end up on the right. They don't want to end up on the left. Right? Because Jesus Christ is on the right hand of the Father. The Virgin Mary is on the right hand of Christ. So they're like, you always want to end on the right. Some of them are actually scandalized when they see that we end on the left. They're like, whoa. But I just say we're mirroring the blessing. And all the explanations I've heard about why we go like this, other than just mirroring the blessing, all sound really like made up and uneducated. Sorry, like it's just like I think we should just admit that we're just mirroring the blessing of the priest. There's no shame in that. Not everything has to have some kind of deep, meaning. I know that's hard for a lot of people to hear, but some things just are what they are. So,
Yeah, I have
this
so
is
many
why I
thoughts.
have no friends. This is
What?
I said. This is why I have no friends.
No, you brought up the Templars. Instead of going in
Templars. I did.
didn't you mention the Templar Knights when they were going into the Holy Lands, like the way they
Oh,
crossed
well, I
themselves, or
said the
the
Crusaders, but yeah, okay, fine.
Crusade?
Yeah,
Okay, the Crusaders.
yeah.
I hate that they're not Orthodox, I guess, because I love all of the stories of the Templar Knights. I love all the videos like on YouTube of the singing in the rain, like Latin chants that go on. Actually played that in my class at the Catholic school, and kids would come in. You'd think like as a Catholic school, so maybe they have some familiar, but nothing at all. They're like, "Bruh, what is this? This is so cringe." I'm like, shut up, kid. You don't know what cringe is.
Um,
You're cringe.
yeah, it's like no, you. Um, I'm petting my cat. I just want everyone to see it. So, the thing about the Crusaders is interesting because I mentioned on on the Barely Protestant channel that when it comes to the Great Schism with the West, I'm not a Team 1054 guy. Although what's funny, I bought something the other day and the total was 1054. It was like lip balm, and I was like, what? I was like, I don't even believe in this. Yeah, it was crazy. It was like 3 things to lip balm and add up to 1054. I was like, and I'm a Team 1098 guy because you still see certain saints that are venerated on both sides. They're not like big saints, but they do exist like through that time. And in 1098 is when the Crusaders set up the Latin Patriarchate of Antioch, and then the following year, 1099, the Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem. So when they start setting up rival patriarchates, that's when you really see a true schism. And the funny thing is, you get these late schism theorists. They're like, "Oh, it wasn't until the Fourth Crusade in 1204," and they'll highlight that. So you have 2 different things that are going on. You have Latins there that are refusing to acknowledge that the Greek patriarchs are legit in any way. Like, so they don't even see themselves as rival patriarchates. They see themselves as the patriarchates in these areas. But then you see Latin priests celebrating under the Greek bishops um and stuff like that. So what's going on there? Well, I think the obvious thing is that you have some Latins that are papists and are loyal to the Vatican and are saying screw everyone else, like we are the real deal. And you have others that are still Orthodox, that are loyal to the local church there. So Western Rite Orthodoxy, as we'd call it now, still existed through that time. And even like the representative to the Council of Leon for the Patriarchate of Alexandria was a Latin Rite priest, because Roman Catholics couldn't build churches in Egypt. I forgot why, but the Crusaders didn't build any churches at that time. The Roman Catholic presence in Egypt was like much later. Um, and the Patriarch of Alexandria wrote to Theodore Balsamon, who at the time was the canon lawyer for Constantinople, and later became the Patriarch of Antioch. He said, like, can I commune the Latins that are coming to my churches? They don't have churches of their own. And he's like, no, only if they repent of their heresy. But the fact that, like, that was even a question was just showing, like, okay, what do we do with these people? Like, yeah, they're schismatic, but there's nothing of theirs here. So how do I receive these people? And then the fact that a Latin priest goes to represent the Byzantine Patriarchate of Alexandria at the council, I think is actually a flex of like, what do we need you for? Like, we have the Latin Rite, you know what I mean? It's like, and then you have Amaltheon on Mount Athos, the Benedictine monastery. You think they were under the Roman Church? No way.
No.
So there was still like Western Rite, Orthodoxy, whatever you want to say, Latin Rite, Benedictine Rite.
I don't remember. I was on Mount Athos for, like, I worked with a group, so normally when you go to Mount Athos, you're allowed to stay for 3 days, I think is the norm. But because I worked on the Holy Mountain, I was there for like 2 weeks. So I actually asked about that Benedictine monastery, and like a lot of people didn't really know what I was talking about. And the few that like was like, yes, this is here. They're like, you can't get to it though. It's like it's in like ruins. You can't visit.
I don't know if anyone's ever been inside there in centuries. Yeah. So, unfortunate. I would love to see that restored. That would be wonderful.
So Novum Republic here says that technically the schism is not fully in effect till the Bulgarians excommunicate Rome in the 1200s. It was the Byzantines who asked for the First Crusade. So that's a good point on a few places.
Yeah, those are two different thoughts, but yeah, the Bulgarians were kind of on the fence for a little bit.
So this is kind of like today, like Constantinople and Moscow are not in communion with one another, but they're both still in communion with the rest of the church. So I think the point there is that, like, even though the Bishop of Rome and the Bishop of Constantinople excommunicated each other, there was still parts of the Orthodox Church or the Eastern Church that remained in communion with both Constantinople and Rome until a later point in time.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, and like these things don't happen overnight, So, I mean, certainly for the people in those locales that are seeing the schism take place in front of them, they're going to be more aware of it than people over somewhere else where that's not happening. You know what I mean? So, I think Father Andrew Stephen Damick in his book Orthodoxy and Heterodoxy has the exact year that the last Latin communed in the city of Antioch. Somehow, it's like sometime in the 12th century, and that probably was like a vestige of, like, again, what we were saying, like Latins that saw the Byzantine Patriarchate of Antioch as the legitimate one and not the Latin one. Because there's no way those guys were in union with each other. The what's his name? William something or other. I'm trying to remember. He was from the Latin kingdom. of Jerusalem, he basically was like, the Greeks are not even Christian or something. Like he totally, so like the stuff coming out of those areas where it's happening are pretty brutal. But a place like Bulgaria, where maybe, it wasn't, um, they weren't rivaling there yet. I would need to check when the Roman Catholic presence in Bulgaria started, and also Bulgaria was one of those places that was like kind of, they were evangelized by Cyril and Methodius, who were effectively what we call like bi-ritual or dual rite. They did the Byzantine and the Roman rites. So um, Bulgaria and Serbia and those places originally were places where like both of them were done, and then later on they kind of just like went with the Byzantine rite. But where Rome and Constantinople's lines were in those areas were like zigzagging. It's kind of like an interesting piece of history to look into in terms of like jurisdictional territory, but also liturgical lines and stuff. Because that's the other thing is like liturgical rites. I mean, as we've talked about with Jerusalem, but Jerusalem was not the only cosmopolitan city, right? Antioch, Constantinople, Alexandria, all these major centers of the patriarchates had a multiplicity of different rites in like right there. Because one of the first things that happened in 1054, when the spat between Constantinople and Rome was going on, Patriarch Michael shut down the Latin monasteries in Constantinople. The only way he had that authority is because they were under him. And
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And even
I think I forgot what I was reading. I remember not long after like coming to the church, like it might have been in the Orthodox Way by Callisto Square. He mentions what stood out to me. I was reading like this schism, and then that they shut down the Latin Rite churches. It's like, well, it never had before that occurred to me that there are Latin Rite churches in Constantinople.
Yep, and they were under the Patriarchate of Constantinople. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah,
yeah, and the interesting thing is like the Maronites have a very wacky history, and I think when I gave the liturgical rites talks when I was in seminary, I didn't know this yet. I think I learned this in the. Oh, hold on, my cat is doing something. This is going to get so many more views now that we're looking at the cat, because we worship cats like ancient Egypt. Hey, Valentine, you want to come talk about liturgical rites?
Valentine. Your cat's name is Valentine.
Yeah, that was already her name when we got her, so we just kept it. Okay, she's off. She probably wants to hang out with my mom. So, I didn't know this. That's right. I remember when I learned it, it blew my mind. I was in that one class I took the spring of 2020, and I checked with my professor, and he's like, "Yes, this is true." So yeah, I actually learned this after I gave those talks. The Maronites, even though they're West Syria, they're very Latinized West Syriac now. They were East Syriac before, but they built their monastery in like the mountains of like I guess what we now call Lebanon, which was very West Syriac at that time. And this is before any of like the the present day schisms. So the Maronites were actually staunchly Chalcedonian during the schism then, because some people are like, oh, that's proof that there was Syriac style or like West Syriac. It's kind of confusing because when people say Syriac, 99% of the time they mean West Syriac, right? West Syriac, right? So the Maronites were East Syriac, right, in like the center of a lot of like West Syriac stuff. So that's kind of mind blowing, and that's when I started realizing like the East Syriac tradition was actually part of our history longer than people realize. It didn't leave the church with Nestorianism, just like the Roman Rite didn't leave with the so-called Great Schism in the 11th century, right? So, and the thing is, people don't like these red pills, man. Like you can go down so many rabbit holes, and obviously you want to be careful and not get to a point where it's all like this amorphous like ambiguity, right? Like we're not in union with certain churches, and we have to acknowledge and like respect that. We can't just be like, oh, well, we don't really know when it like the point is now we are living in this. So but the Maronites are very fascinating in that regard because they somehow, without being in communion with the Oriental Orthodox at all, right? They broke from us separately because of the Monothelite thing, which was like in the 7th century, I think. They somehow became West Syriac without being in like connected to the main West Syriac body. It's absolutely crazy how that happened. It could just be like there's like theories that they did pilgrimages to Jerusalem and watched the West Syriac right there and like copied it or something. There was a large Maronite contingent in Cyprus at one point. There still might be Maronites in Cyprus because the Maronites in Cyprus didn't join Rome until a few centuries later. Like the main Maronites joined in the 13th century with the Crusades, but the ones in Cyprus held on for like another like century or two. And Cyprus is closer to Antioch than, well, actually, it may not be. But at one point, Cyprus was like under Antioch, right? So, yeah, so there's all kinds of ways. Well, Cyprus is closer to Antioch than Lebanon is. No, because Lebanon's north of Palestine. If I'm not looking at a map, I don't remember where things are. But point
There's
is,
a wild story. There's a guy just not far. I think he's from somewhere in Kentucky, Moorhead, Kentucky, one of those areas. But
that's where my godparents live. The
okay,
ones that go to Huntington, West Virginia, they live in Moorhead.
Okay, so his name's Clint Darden. He was a strongman competitor, and that's how I kind of ended up meeting him. But he ended up marrying. I don't know. He ended up marrying a Cypriot woman, and so now he lives in Cyprus. So it's kind of
nice,
wild story. I think her dad's some kind of politician or something in Cyprus, but it's just wild. This guy from Kentucky that ends up in Cyprus.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. So so Cyprus is not terribly far from Lebanon. Okay, now this is making more sense. So, yeah, somehow the Maronites, being an East Syriac enclave, once they left the church, somehow mimicked the West Syriac. And honestly, if they were surrounded by other West Syriac people, it's possible that they saw what they were doing and it was easier to copy them. So that actually tracks a little better than I thought it did. But anyway, it's still sort of like a mystery of history. History's liturgical mysteries. That could be like a thing. Like, forget that ancient alien stuff, like.
I mean, that is pretty entertaining.
I mean, I think so. A lot of people might get bored after a while, but
I think after a few seasons, I kind of started to lose interest. But there was a guy that he did a debunking the ancient aliens stuff, which was actually pretty interesting too. I think he had Michael Heiser on for a lot of the episodes.
Heiser. Yeah. So there was a priest, Father Michael Kaiser of blessed memory, who died on my birthday in 2020. He was a priest of the Antiochian Archdiocese, and he did both Western and Byzantine rite. So it's funny.
Michael Heiser is, I want to say he's Pentecostal, like Assemblies of God or something like that. He's a popular apologist. He has a book, I think it's called The Unseen Realm. I don't remember. It's pretty good. Like he ended up going into a lot of the stuff they go over on Lord of Spirits podcast. Like he was kind of going through that, just interacting with the same like type of information from a bit different perspectives. But like, I'm not recommending him or anything. Just
I got you. But we could do something similar, like with liturgical stuff. Like I don't know. I don't know how many more times you want me on here. I mean, I know you want to start like your own line of stuff, which is great. I think especially because I'm in an area now for at least a little bit. And then even when I get back from my next road trip, I'm probably going to be in Colorado for the foreseeable future. I mean, I plan on travel. I need to explore more of the West as well. Like I've never been to Washington State or like Idaho, you know.
So you find a wife, right?
I guess. I mean, unless she wants to travel too, you know.
That's true.
That's you know. So but you know, like doing more of this stuff on YouTube, especially like I'm glad I didn't do a lot of this when I was a new convert. I see a lot of new converts doing these interviews and starting their own stuff. And if they have a blessing to do that, like great. I you know, but there is a danger in that, which my, you know, the priest that received me into the church, he pretty much, when I told him about some of the arguments I was getting into online, like just because I said something about orthodoxy and people are piling on, he's like, you know, a lot of people don't realize sometimes what they need to do when they experience these divine mysteries is to shut up. And Father John Oliver, the priest, you know, at my home church, like if you listen to like his Hearts and Minds podcast, it kind of reminds me of like Tweak's dad from South Park. It's like it's got like the waterfall in the background, you know, and it's like a contrast to Tweak because he's always, you know, he's tweaking. That's why his name is Tweak. But his dad is so smooth and calm. So Father John is like the calm, and I'm the tweak. You know, I'm like all derpy and my head's twitching, and he's just like, some people need to know to shut up. You know, so
Yeah, I think I actually started this channel like when I like probably like right when I discovered Orthodoxy. It was like this is incredible, and so I, in general, I think that's probably a good piece of advice. Is like don't don't get out and get in arguments with people. But I think from the very beginning when I started the channel, it was usually like, hey, I just discovered this. Check this out.
yeah,
And then so every like week or so there I would have one or two videos like that where it's like, hey, I just discovered this about the church. It's pretty
yeah.
neat.
Actually,
And it kind of, so I've never really been in like big arguments or debates. I've kind of might have gotten into trouble a few times, but for the most part I haven't really had any real issues. Eventually, I think it was like the priest at our parish was like, what are you doing on there? And I kind of talked about what I was doing. He's like, okay. And then he was like, well, how many people are following you? I was like, well, like 12. And he's like, oh, I don't care what you do. And then like eventually it was like, well, now I have 500. And he's like, I really need to start seeing what you're doing on here. And then like it was like I'm at 1,000 now. And he's like, oh my word, I need to discover what he never told me to stop, so I just kept doing it. And he's like, I really need to check out your channel eventually. And I don't know what I'm at like 1250 or something now, and I still don't think he's ever watched, but
nice. Well,
as
so
long as he doesn't watch, I keep having blessings to
yeah,
continue. So
right. Yeah, it'll be the day he sees it. Will the day be he's like, no more of this.
oh
Uh,
my word.
especially if he sees me on here, he'll be like, that guy, you know. So actually, you saying that just made me think, like, why don't you tell your conversion story?
Let's save that for another episode. We're about 3 hours and 17
I'm
minutes
trying to
in.
hit the 4 here.
Well, I think I've kind of I think early on I went over. I ought to make a video where I do it. So I guess maybe
Oh,
this
you
will give
did?
you
Okay.
practice. I early on, like four some years ago, like I kind of did. But it's funny you mentioned rabbi because that's actually how I heard of the Orthodox Church. So
Oh.
I was kind of raised in like the same similar to Donnie, who's seems to have gone to bed. But I was raised in like a United Pentecostal, like apostolic holiness type church. Actually, I shouldn't say I was raised because my parents didn't go to church, but my family's very Eastern Kentucky, kind of Appalachian, even in Ohio. So my mom moved up to Ohio, and even the area we live is very filled with people from Appalachian communities. So my mom's family is from Tennessee, Pruden, Tennessee, coal mining kind of community, and then my dad still lives in a coal mining community in Eastern Kentucky. And so we lived in this like small trailer park after my mom came up to Ohio, and I what ended up happening was these people were going around the trailer park inviting people to go to church. And so my mom and my grandma were like, well, you can take our kids. So I know this sounds wild, but like it's like the early 80s, I guess. And I don't know that it occurred to them at the time. Like, yeah, it's not normal to just send your kids off with people. But they came in, they talked to my parents and like got to know them a bit. So eventually my mom and my grandma were okay with sending me off to church. So I went to the Apostolic Church, and um, I had this real interest in Judaism. It largely that comes because of that, because a lot of their like citations and where they have their theology of oneness or rejection of Trinitarian theology hinges upon like Deuteronomy 6:4, like "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." And I mean, obviously, I don't believe that now. I mean, I do believe that God is one, but like, I don't believe that that's a justification for a rejection of the Trinity.
I'm still
But
listening. Okay, I'm gonna vanish, but I'm still listening. Hold on. So just keep
so
going.
so after that, I kept interacting with Judaism. So I ended up going to a synagogue as I get my driver's license and able to drive. And I'm visiting there and kind of learning about Judaism. And I actually the rabbi talked to me about like um, like, if you have like Jewish ancestry, like this is a matrilineal religion. So if your mother's Jewish, then you're Jewish. And I'm like, well, I don't know. So he goes through some of like my family records and is like, well, you have this Jew here that you're a descendant of, which I actually had my uh I had my like genetic lines like or ancestry like .com type thing done, and I'm apparently 0% Jewish. But he said he found some Jew that helped me become Jewish, which I didn't do. But I did off and on go to synagogue for like the next 20 years, and so maybe not 20 years, probably like the next 15 years, I was kind of like visiting here and there and would go. And it really did kind of help give me the concept of like liturgical practice and things like that from just visiting the synagogue. But, I would talk to rabbis that came through. Eventually, the rabbis, so this is a traditional synagogue. It's not, so there, people usually are a little bit familiar with like there's Orthodox Judaism. Well, there's also what's called the traditional movement, and so these are not really Orthodox, but they're not Orthodox Jews anyways, but they're like they're just they say they're traditional Jews.
Okay.
So the synagogue lost its rabbi. He went on sabbatical to Israel and decided not to come back. So they would have traveling rabbis come through and just visit and talk to people and do stuff. And so I was talking to this Sephardic rabbi, and I was telling him, I really, would like, I believe in Jesus, I believe in Christ. I was, open about this. But like all of the churches that I'm familiar with, they seem to have really deviated from, that first century, like
Right.
religion that Christ and the apostles would have been familiar with. And he was like, well, it sounds like you're talking about Orthodox Christianity. And
Mm.
I'm like, what is Orthodox Christianity? And like, he's like, well, it's not really important. Like, what you really need is the truth, which is Judaism. And so, from there, like, I think I wrote down on a post-it note as I was talking to him, like, what is Orthodox Christianity? And I mean, that was it. Like, probably like 2 or 3 weeks later, I was visiting an Orthodox church for the first time, and leading to the discovery of all this stuff that I know now.
Awesome. That's really great. Yeah, you know what? I actually respect the fact that he said that Judaism is the truth, right? Like I always appreciate when people are clear about their lines, So even though I don't agree with him, I have an appreciation for that.
You would have enjoyed going just because, like, we have coffee hour in the Orthodox Church. They kind of have the same thing in a lot of synagogues, where like you'll go and there's like a meal afterwards, like a Kaddish meal,
Mhm.
and like, people just sit around and argue the whole time though. Like That's
That
all it
sounds
is.
like Judaism. Yep.
Yeah, they're just
There's-
sitting there arguing about whatever.
mhm.
That's kind of
Um,
fun.
I actually want to address the last thing that was said by this Novum Republic, my boy from St. Michael's and Pueblo.
Oh yeah,
Thoughts on Appalachian chants. So
Appalachian. It's Appalachian chant.
Appalachian, excuse me. Appalachian. So that's the Jewish way of saying it. So what's interesting is it makes its rounds on the internet every so often, and I see it's making a comeback. The Appalachian chant style of "God is with us."
Yeah, yeah. I've reposted that.
That exists because of me. A lot of people don't realize this. I'm famous for a lot of other things, so I don't need to take credit for it. But two of my classmates from seminary, Eric Potter, who is now Father Gregory, he's at St. George Antiochian Church in South Glens Falls, New York. And then Subdeacon Evan Ledoux, who left us to be a Melkite uniate, but at the time wasn't Antiochian seminarian. They were just fooling around with all kinds of like bluegrassy and Appalachian stuff. And I was like, what if what would some of our hymns sound with that style? I don't know, like maybe God is with us or something. And they were like, and then they just kind of like belted it out like impromptu. And I was like, whoa, I wish someone had recorded that. And like, I don't know, a week or two went by, we're in the refectory, and they start doing it again. So I told my friend Brittany, who was a student at the seminary, I was like, we need to record this. So she recorded it and she loaded it onto YouTube. So the original thing on YouTube was her filming it, them two on it, and I was actually off to the side. So I'm not, you don't hear me or see me, but it literally happened because of me. And I know since then, like other friends of ours at their parishes, they've adapted it and stuff. So
yeah, I reposted a recording of that same one, but it is from a church in South Carolina that did it. So there's a guy and a. Go ahead.
The woman who's singing, she is the wife of another classmate of ours. He's an iconographer, Seraphim O'Keefe. So his wife is the one that's singing on that, and they were very close with Father Gregory at seminary.
Yeah, that was great. I love all of that.
Yeah. So that, I mean, what's funny is Father Gregory is not a huge fan of that becoming liturgical. And at the time I was like, oh man, why not? But like since then, I've actually come to understand it. So I think the church obviously takes things from the culture and adapts it for use. And certainly if you look at like the Russian styles of singing, they put classical music in a lot of their chant. And I think like if that's okay, certainly this Appalachian stuff is okay. And then I thought about what about Appalachian style for the Western Rite too? You know what I mean? Like I wondered about that. But I think something like that would have to happen naturally. We shouldn't force it. I love the Appalachian Christ is risen. We sang that at St. Vladimir's.
Yeah.
I implemented it at St. Polycarp in Maine, and it became a favorite there.
I think I've heard recordings of like Russians in Russia, like sing that just for Americans and like repost it.
No, exactly. But what a lot of people also don't realize is a lot of that stuff is what's called paraliturgical, meaning it's not appointed; it gets thrown in. So like everybody's favorite hymn from Saint Nectarios.
Agne Partheni.
Yes.
Agne Partheni Respona. Yeah.
That's never appointed. Like
that's a paraliturgical.
Right. And he apparently he heard a Western melody and like transitioned it into Byzantine chant. And then put the words to it. And that's fun. Like I love that hymn just as much as anyone else does. There's even Western Rite churches that'll sing that. I think it might be in the Western Rite in the St. Ambrose hymnal actually. So it's like officially blessed for use in the Antiochian Western Rite Vicariate. But again, it's like, you sing it at communion and stuff like that. And actually, there was an SSPX parish who sang it as a recessional or something that got
That's kind of
shared.
wild.
Yeah, that got shared on All About Western Rite Orthodoxy, and I was like, what? SSPX is now borrowing like much later Orthodox hymns. So, everything is forced at some point. Chrysostom enforced the spoon for communion. If it's natural, it will stick. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose you could say that.
That's funny. I went through the Saint Macrina diaconate course with Father Silvio Bunta,
Mm-hmm.
but I remember bringing up like I referred to it as a spoon, and like it wasn't in person. Like I had written it in a paper, so he responded, but it was kind of like, well, it's not a spoon. Like he wasn't like adamant about it or anything. It was just like there is no spoon. It's the tongs. It's the V. So I was like, okay, so I guess it's not a spoon. It looks exactly like a spoon, right?
And then
Like,
I
fair
had
enough.
I had a monk in the OCA after I gave a liturgical lecture at a parish that he was at, that we shouldn't call like we shouldn't call it the chalice. We should call it the cup. And I'm like, who freaking cares? Like, as long as you know what I'm talking about.
I don't. I think when I was on Mount Athos, when they spoke English, they referred to it as a chalice.
Yeah, okay. So that's the other thing, going back to like the Western phronema or like the Western Rite, the Western culture. We use Western words to like say things in our language because we speak a Western language. I mean, how
Yeah.
many people refer to what the priest wears around his neck as the epitrachelion? Most people call it a stole. That's the Western term for the same thing, right? And
Yeah, I mean that's what I would have called it, a stole. So
right, we stole it from the West. So yeah, it's
that's
just
silly.
like we live in a Western culture, we live in a Western society, we speak a Western language. The Western liturgics and culture informs most of the literature we read and like all this stuff. So like if you really want to say like forget the West, screw the West, then yeah, go ahead and like use all these exotic Greek terms for everything. Go ahead, be my guest. Good luck. Um
But why?
so
Yeah, why? We already have a vocabulary for that, so why try to invent
mhm.
it?
He's saying
I
quicken
mean,
the dead is a Western thing. My pal here.
I don't know exactly what that means. The quick and the
Uh,
dead.
he's coming back to judge the quick and the dead. Have you heard that
Oh,
creed? Living and the dead, but
okay.
some parishes say quick and the dead. Yeah, yeah. Actually, I never thought about that. That is like an older English expression.
Yeah, I like some of those a lot.
I said English. He said English mainly. You're not doing as much highlighting as James does. So
Oh,
I'm like
sorry.
yelling at these.
Sorry. Yeah,
I'm
I'm
like
sorry.
yelling at
I
these
can.
people, and you're like, well, yeah. Yeah, he said that right after I said English. So I was like, yeah, English. I said English.
No, I see them come up. I'm not in the whatever you call me. I'm not in the proctor mode where I'm putting them, highlight them on the screen. So
And you're on your phone, right? Yeah, that's true.
yeah,
Yeah. But yeah, so there's a lot of things about the West in particular that informs us. And like honestly, I mean, if you really want to get into it, you know, like we believe in satisfaction. What does the word satisfy mean? Does anyone know what it means? Audience of like two people. Does anyone know what it means? It means to make full. It means to make something full. So yeah, absolutely. We believe in satisfaction. Even the word atonement, that English word was concocted by an Anglican guy who like there was no English word for that. I don't even remember what it is in Greek. but he was like thinking about what it meant, and it meant to like bring about the like the union, between God and man through the cross. And so at one-ment is what he came up with, atonement. But most Orthodox, when they hear atonement, they think like legalism and stuff. And it's like literally the word means at one-ment. It means to unite us to the divine. So sometimes
I
we
didn't know that.
yeah. Well, my former rector in Maine, despite the various disagreements we had, he did tell me one time he thought I should be teaching at a college. But I don't have a PhD, so they don't want me. And I don't know that I have it in me to go get one right now. I'm kind of like exhausted. Like waking up in the morning exhausts me. Living exhausts me. Going to bed exhausts me. This stuff energizes me. Like I love doing this. But and even like the whole thing about original sin, like, all right, there's two words in Greek. I can't really pronounce them without looking at them. One of them means of one's ancestry, and the other one means of one's originators. Guess what the second one is? Original. And like the Latin West always used the term original sin. And then, other saints say things like primordial or first sin. So, yeah, we view that differently than the Roman Church came to view it. But the difference doesn't lie in original versus ancestral. It's such a false dichotomy. And even Father John Romanides, who most people cite for that, he has a book called The Orthodox View of Original Sin, where he uses original sin over and over. He introduces the term ancestral sin in like the next book. But like people blame him for the false dichotomy of original versus ancestral when he didn't even do it. People who read him and like overdosed on him and didn't read his first book, obviously, are just like, oh yeah, it's original, it's not ancestral. I'm like, no, it's both, because it's not the point,
Yeah,
So,
I remember. I haven't read Father Romanides in quite a number of years now, but I remember first discovering some of his writings. I mean, like, this is really cool. He's bringing up some really interesting stuff. And then I don't remember what it was, but he wrote some pretty wild, like, out there stuff too.
he's kind of racist. I mean, he hates the Frankish people. I'm like, chill out. Because, okay, so I will praise him for a lot of his stuff. And I'll even say, when it comes to Oriental Orthodox stuff, I mean, he was one of the people leading that discussion. But in his pro-Oriental stance, he took a lot of anti-Western stances too, which I'm not down with.
Yeah.
And so he
Well, I almost wish we didn't use the term Western, because when like Orthodox Christians talk about the West in a negative way, what they're really meaning is modernism. They're not really talking about Westernism, because, like, in my mind at least, the modern, like, modernity is what you get when you apostatize from the Western tradition. So the Western tradition was perfectly orthodox. It's the apostasy from it that's led to modernity.
Sure, and that's what I tell people who are Orthodox and they're only used to the Byzantine Rite, or even an Oriental Orthodox person that's only used to their rite. They see a Novus Ordo Roman service, and they are like, so like, what, this liturgy is horrible. But when they go critique the Western Rite, like based on what they know as their rite, it's only going to go so far, because the real way to criticize the Novus Ordo is to compare it to the traditional Roman Rite, and then you'll see really what's wrong with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And yes, I love the term Occidental. I say Occidental Rite a lot. I don't say it like on these things all the time, but I love the word Occident. Occident. We should call ourselves Occidental Orthodox, like just as the Eastern Orthodox as a whole. Let the Orientals be Oriental. We'll be Occidental Orthodox. Let's go. So yeah, I'm down with that. I love, and also Hesperian, Hesperia, because it makes the West sound so exotic. You know what I mean? So yeah. So Yeah, because that was another term for the West that the East uh, would utilize was Hesperia. So I think on my Facebook one time I quoted a collect from the Roman Rite, and I said of the Hesperian Rite, and like people were looking up what that word meant. I loved it. I was like, I love teaching people things just by using a word. Or like when I said from the Melkite liturgical rite, someone was like, when you say Melkite, do you mean Uniate or? And I'm like, no, I mean like the Byzantine rite, like that is the Melkite rite. And he shared, this was actually a grandson of Father Thomas Hopko, so like the royal lineage here. He put a Star Trek meme that says it's an older code, but it checks out. I love that.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah,
Yeah, because the
I need I
Orient,
need to I need to remember that. That's good. I'll use
right?
that.
Well, because the non-Chalcedonians referred to the Byzantines as Melkites. That's where the word comes from. It means the king's people. So
I mean, that makes sense. Melech in
Melki
Hebrew,
code.
Melech is king.
Yeah, and
Melach olam.
I think it was Saint Sophronius, I think, who told the Caliph, um, when the Muslims came in to invade. He's like, "What shall we call you?" And he said, "We are the Melkites, the sons of the king." So saints are infallible. You can't correct them.
Well, maybe not infallible.
Yeah.
Malik in Arabic. Okay,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know
yeah.
Arabic, so
Oh, there's
but it's the
people named
same
that.
root.
There's like Arab people I know with that name. That makes sense. Kang. So you can just address them as King. Like, what's up, King? You know?
That's funny. When I taught in Cincinnati for a while, and I had a student named King, spelled Kyng, King. So
Kang.
yeah,
Kang.
like what up, King? How you doing, boy?
Um, that's
He
awesome.
he actually pulled one of his dreadlocks out and threw it at me one day. But I'll forgive him that.
Wow. Was it like a present or was he
I
mad?
don't. I didn't ask. I really didn't want to know.
Yes, Rex means king. I didn't know about Roy, but I knew Rex. Yeah, because Vasilia and like basil comes from
Yeah,
that. Because
Bastille.
yeah. Um, because I remember a guy from St. Peter's in Fort Worth. His name is Rex. I wrote his name in at seminary when he died, and Father Alexander Rentel was like Rex, and I'm like, yeah, he's from one of our Western Rite churches. He was like, write his name as Basil or something. I mean, he was teasing me. They left it as Rex on the prayer list, but he was like teasing me, like, yeah, just call him Basil. I was like, no, his name was Rex. Like, you know. So yeah, look at that. I mean, you just learn a lot by just unpacking words, and you know, people just mindlessly go through life like not thinking about what things mean, and it's kind of like a cold existence. Um, I think if people really understood what the word Catholic meant, or what the word apostolic, or even what the word Orthodox meant, they would take that a lot more seriously.
Yeah.
Um, you know, um,
This is I really advocated that my daughter so she goes to a classical school and they have the choice to take Latin or Spanish. And I really kind of, encouraged her to take Latin.
mhm.
But a lot of people kind of did push back on that, like why? Like you'll never use that for anything. Well, you know,
No, you.
I think you might. It's possible.
I know.
I mean,
Seriously,
well, and actually, my family's in Rome right now, so I'm home alone. But
that's right.
they've been sending me pictures, and like I didn't take Latin as a class, but like I went through the Lingua Latina per se illustrata's it's kind of a popular immersion book for Latin, and I definitely went through that. And I went through like the Duolingo course on Latin, stuff like that, and
When I
it
took
is really helpful.
when I took it in college, we used Wheelock's Latin.
Okay, I'm not
All
familiar
right.
with that one, but
What was great about being in that class, because I think I was already a catechumen, maybe. and we were translating sentences, and some came from the Bible, and some evangelical in the class pointed out that the Psalm verse was numbered wrong, and the teacher was like, "Yeah, I wonder why that is." And I knew immediately. I shot my hand up and I said, "No, it's not. Is this from the Latin Vulgate?" And they're like, "Well, yeah, of course." And I'm like, "Okay, that follows the Septuagint numbering, which is different than the Hebrew numbering that you're accustomed to." And like blue people's, like the teacher didn't even know that. And I'm like, okay,
It's wild.
if you're gonna do, like, what in the world, you know?
Yeah,
So
that's a kind of a wild thing to me in general, is like we have this Christian tradition that's been passed down since, I mean, the Christ in the before Christ even,
mhm.
and like it's wild how like in the English speaking world we so easily just abandoned it to accept a Jewish tradition.
And it's a later Jewish tradition. Following the Septuagint would be following the older Jewish tradition. Those were Greek-speaking Jews in the city of Alexandria. Talk about all
So
rights or all cultures matter, right? And
when
so
I
it's
when I
like,
went to the synagogue, like when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, I remember some of the rabbis talking and kind of making this point that, well, like it, there's some differences that they found in the text manuscripts that are in the Dead Sea Scrolls compared to what like exists in um uh the what is the 11th century scrolls called,
the Masoretic.
yeah, the Masoretic text.
I actually
So
thought they were a little older than 11th, but either way,
maybe
go ahead.
10th century, I don't remember. But anyways, there's not tons of discrepancies, but there are some, some, and it's like, well, should we change them to reflect the older Dead Sea Scrolls? And I remember like some of the like, responses being like, well, this is what we inherited, whether it's what was older or not, this is just what we inherited. It's what it is. There's no changing
Sure.
it. So like coming to the Orthodox Church, like I kind of had that mentality, like it doesn't matter like what what Jews or anybody else did. This is what we inherited. You can't change it. So like the Protestant idea of like throwing out um the Christian scriptures in favor of Jewish scriptures is just it makes no sense. It makes no sense to Jews. It makes no sense to anybody.
Right.
But like I mean, like people that are like today reading like Protestant Bibles, they don't even know that that's what happened. So it,
And a lot of
it,
Roman Catholics are adapting to that now too. I think a lot of
yeah,
it is also they feel guilty, like they don't want to be accused of anti-Semitism, and stuff. And I'm like, I mean, the history between Judaism and Christianity has been very tense and complex. But like, I think,
we need to start advocating that it's anti-Semitic because it's not what Jews would do.
right.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I tell people when they like, if they're like, you don't support Israel, you're anti-Semitic, and I'm like, I support the Palestinians who are Semitic people. Like, you know what I mean? It's
sure.
not anti-Semitism. Like, you know what I mean? It's so, but yeah, it's just like it's this. Well, it's also this assumption that Jews haven't changed anything, and like they know that they have. That's not like I'm not revealing some like you know, um, devious plot or something. Like they literally are like, yeah, this is different than what it was. And so, like you said, like when they see them adapting to that, like even some of them think it's stupid, you know.
Yeah,
Um, yeah. So, um, but actually, I to be sure, I think in the version of the Latin Vulgate I have, which is the Dewey Rames
yeah, I did
translation.
do Reims as
Yeah,
well.
that's one of my favorites actually. Saint Jerome acknowledges both numberings, so I think both are listed in at least the one that I have. Um, so that discrepancy existed even back in whatever the 4th century, um, between that. So
So
explain yourself.
I like his I don't know, but I like his use of the word Pharisees. as a
Yeah.
thing here.
Um. Yeah, and then his thing about orthodoxy versus orthopraxy versus ortho orthohemi. Actually, I'm gonna have to be honest. I don't know what that word means.
I know what a Hemi engine is.
Orthohemi.
I don't think that's. Yeah, maybe he's
Orthohemi.
speaking Arabic. I don't. Oh, yeah, that one I got. The ortho Hemi, like I don't know. I don't know if he's
Mm,
referring to I don't remember what truck it is. It uses Hemi engines.
mm-hmm.
And go get a Dodge.
Oh, blood. Ortho blood. Straight
Oh,
blood.
okay.
I'm straight bleeding. Um. Hmm.
Is I don't know. Do you know who Novum Republic is?
Yeah, see, he's a guy named Patrick I met at St.
Oh, okay.
Michael's. I want to say, okay, thank you. He explained himself.
Okay.
I want to say, I think his secular name is Calvin.
It's fine. We don't need to go into all that. But yeah,
Well,
I
I'm gonna
get
make sure I know who it is because if it's Calvin, I sent him this link
wouldn't
and then
blood
the links to the two with James Gadd.
wouldn't blood be hemo though, like HEMO? Okay.
You are Calvin. Wait, what does he mean by correct? Yeah. Well, like I'll get people on YouTube who have these names like like Will.
Joachim.
Yeah, right. I should have known because the rest of your name was the same, but I'm just like Joaquin Justin Morgan. Hmm. I literally like read that. I'm like, I wonder who that is. And
Yeah,
literally,
that
it
throws
wasn't
people off
until,
sometimes.
and then you even said, "Hey, it's Justin Morgan." By the way, I totally missed that. But then when you said you're welcome if you ever come through Dayton again, I was like, Dayton. It's like, oh, him. Like, of course. Um. Oh, he's getting you.
Okay, that makes sense. I got you. I got you.
Yeah, some kind of linguist over here.
All
Um.
right. The philologist.
I did. I'm glad he did not decline to explain that. Hey, hey. Um.
I'll put that up.
Hemo to hemi, like doxia to doxia. That could be like some kind of rap. I don't know.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Good.
Um,
Well done. Well done. Well done.
I hmm.
All right, man. I'm getting pretty tired. I don't know if we're gonna make it. We got 8 minutes to go to four hours. This is a
Well,
long live stream.
we've already beaten the record because I think the first one I did with Barely Protestant was 344. So we've already beaten that record. So if you want to hop off, that's fine. I'm sure. Um,
It, I see like Jay Dyer's live streams and some of these like bigger like Orthodox Christian channels that live stream things, and I'm like 3 hours. I don't even watch it because it's so long. Like it's just
right, and
I don't even
sometimes
follow
it's just
it.
yeah. I mean, even when I go back to watch the stuff I did with Adam, like I break it up. I don't sit down for 3 hours. Like even though I did it to record it because I cleared my night for it, you know. But otherwise, I'm like I listen like 30 minutes here, 10 minutes here, and so
Yeah.
yeah. I mean I get that people have stuff to do, and I know probably a lot more people will see this after the fact. Especially because like you had it, so that it was like what the government tells you is 7 p.m. Which I don't know if you saw on Facebook. You said Eastern Standard Time. I'm like, no, no, it's not standard. It is Eastern Daylight Time.
All
That
right.
that, that actually is true. It's EDST. It's not EST. Sounds like a disease, and it is. But
You know what? We're saving the daylight. Okay.
yeah, they're killing me. But like here, it was fake five, and for people in California, which I've got a few that had chimed in there, like it was some of them are still at work. Like Celestine came on. She's like, "Hi,
Yeah,
I'm hired at
yeah.
work." I don't know what happened to her. I hope her boss didn't like catch her and beat her or
Probably had to
something.
go to work.
Yeah, that's
No, I'm
weird.
all for like doing away with the daylight savings time stuff. I think most people are. I don't really know why it's still a thing, but
Yeah, and like like when I was in high school, they extended it. It was almost like they knew it was so stupid. They're like, "Let's do more." Like, what is wrong with these people?
I think there was a vote last year in Ohio to end daylight savings time, and I voted to end it, but I don't nobody cared, I guess.
Boy Calvin still asking. Okay, thoughts on archaics? Can you just? I think I know what you.
He supports daylight savings. Never
Uh-uh.
mind. Never mind. Nothing he says
We're
matters
done.
anymore.
We're
He's
done.
done.
Bye. I'm gonna send him a middle finger. Right here, buddy. Scratching my eye. It itches. Can I think I know what you mean, but can you just explain what you mean by archaics?
Like liturgical archaeology, like bringing back.
That's what I thought. Okay, that's what I think he means.
I'm
Um,
not sure. Oh, archaic language. Okay, well, that's a little bit different.
um. So you mean like doing the Western Rite in Latin, doing the Byzantine liturgy in Greek or Slavonic, doing the Coptic Rite in Coptic, doing the Armenian Rite in Classical Armenian, doing the Ethiopian Rite in Ge'ez, doing the West Syriac Rite in West Syriac, doing the East Syriac Rite in East Syriac. Is that is that what you mean?
I don't know. We might have different opinions on this. I don't know. I don't know what your opinion is. So
Well,
say that is what he meant. What would your opinion be on that?
I think
Like,
preserving. Okay,
may, given that it's in America.
okay. I think preserving the ancient language is actually good and fine, and we should. But we need to recognize um, that there is also a place for the vernacular because at one point those languages were vernacular. So um, uh, I
Yeah,
think
I think I responded to somebody the other day on one of the Western Right pages because they brought up some linguistic thing, and I made the point that the reason that Latin was in use um, in the British Isles was because it was a common tongue. Like Saint Bede, in his ecclesiastical history of the English people, writes that that there's these four languages, and he talks about the Picts, the English, the Welsh, and the Irish, and he talks about their native languages, but that Latin was common amongst them all. So
right.
I think he's
And
writing in like the 7th, 8th century.
Saint Patrick, he did like his language that he did the services in was Latin.
Yeah.
So this whole thing, you have these
So
people who
I
think
think
like
he's
he's a
right.
champion of like local language. I'm like, he used Latin. Like, get out of my
Well,
face.
yeah. I mean, he's a Welshman who goes to Ireland, and I mean, I don't know, but he writes about Latin, and he says that it's a foreign language to him in his writings.
Right. I see that Calvin has actually clarified, but we're gonna go on this kick and then address that. Like, yeah. So, for example, let's just use a Byzantine Rite context, since most Orthodox are familiar with that. I think for like the hymns and the stuff that is proper to the day, that pretty much should be in English because you might not hear that again for a while. So those parts of the services are meant to teach people stuff. That should be in a language they understand. But if you want to do like you do the great litany in English, you want to do the first little litany in Greek, the next one in Slavonic, go for it. You're just saying the same stuff. So I think I love the Trisagion in multiple languages. When I was at St. Polycarp, I like they were doing like I forgot. It was all English or something stupid like that. And I was like, no, 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 no. I got the parish to doing 4 different languages. Um, I would do it in English, Greek, Arabic, I think sometimes Spanish and Latin too, and Slavonic, you know. So I would cycle that out. I mean, on Sundays, I tried to like keep it consistent, but on weekdays, we would have fun with it. So, yeah, I'm generally a fan of vernacular for like standard stuff, but then like throwing in the ancient language. But you know what? There's plenty of Western Rite parishes, for example, who use English mostly, but like on a weekday, I think like St. Paul in Katy, Texas, they do a Latin mass every Tuesday. St. Columba and St. Mark, that are both here in Colorado, they do a Latin mass every Saturday. Although actually, when I served at St. Columba's a few weeks ago, Father David Macready, my classmate from seminary, he actually does the readings, like the gospel and the epistle. He does those in English. And I asked him why, and he said, well, because those are supposed to teach the people, so that should be in the vernacular. So I'm like, okay.
So to look at this from a different perspective, like as a father who had to bring his children to church,
please.
I really didn't want my kids to be at a church where the vernacular was not at least primarily used.
Right.
So it just for the purpose that I wanted them to know the faith. Like if I had taken them to, a church where it was all in Greek or all in Russian, or all in Romanian, it's almost
We're
a
at 4
guarantee.
hours. Woo! Okay. Yeah.
But it was almost a guarantee that they would grow up, not know anything about the faith, and probably leave the church, which is exactly what you've seen amongst a lot of like ethnic churches that grow up in America. Is you have people leaving the church because they don't know the liturgy very well. They don't know the teachings of the church. So one of the big things about Orthodox Christianity that I love is the fact that we pray what we believe. Like if you go to the liturgy, you say the prayers, you basically like are catechized through that. But at the same time, it's kind of like a hard dichotomy because I am kind of a language person. So like I have stopped in at the Latin Mass here in my city just to hear the Latin Mass for no other purpose. And and I'm not like against it because like some of the Greek parishes that we go to, they use a lot of Greek, and it is what it is. I'm going to go to church whether either way, but.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather it be in English, I guess.
And that harkens back to like way like hours ago when I was like, one reason I went, Eastern Orthodox over Oriental Orthodox, I was talking about convert culture. And actually, for some reason, my brain didn't go there, but this brings up a good point. The Oriental Orthodox, in terms of doing services in English, are not where we're at. Like there's plenty of like Coptic churches that'll do like an English service and stuff, but like Armenians, like I've been to some Armenian services that did some English. Ethiopians, it's like really rare for them to do anything in English. And then like I've been to like Malankara and Syriac stuff that like throws in English, and some of their parishes will do a lot of English, but for the most part, in terms of like the percentage, like those churches are still very ethnic, and so still use either the ancient language or use their vernacular, like Arabic or Malayalam, which I don't speak, so that doesn't help me. But
well, point in case, I ran into this dietitian that I worked with for a while in healthcare, and she had grown up at an Antiochian parish with a Lebanese community, and so in the course of the conversation, I knew the parish. She's like, well, I go, I grew up at St. James, and I'm like, oh, the Antiochian church. And she's like,
in Loveland?
Yeah.
I've been there.
But her response was like, oh no, it's Lebanese. And I'm like, it's an Antiochian Orthodox church. And she's like, I don't know. I just know it's Lebanese. And I'm like,
yeah,
okay. And in the course of conversation, like she had on like this like prayer rope or prayer bracelet, and I pointed it out, and she's like, yeah, it's Catholic. And I'm like, and she's like, well, like I think my family is Catholic. I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, they are Catholic, right? But that's not what she meant.
No, right.
So I'm like,
I was gonna let that one slide because of the context. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't even know what to say to you. And then like this was like during the COVID shutdowns. And so like she was like, "Well, I haven't been going to church." So she was watching like she was like, "Instead, we just watched this pastor." And so she pulled up this guy that she had been watching. It was like some like evangelical kind of like. I'm like, you are so weird. But like, this is what, in my opinion, this is the result of like growing up not really speaking Arabic at all, but then like going to an Arabic speaking church. Like, I'm Lebanese, and like,
That is
like
a
okay.
that is a thing because in the Middle East, so many of these different groups um, have crossed paths and cross pollinated. You'll get people who either they just want to go to where the people are speaking Arabic, or whatever liturgical church is there. So the funny thing is, we actually St. Peter's in Fort Worth has some families from Iraq who like just got there and they're like, oh cool, like I don't even know if they were aware or cared that this was Antiochian specifically, but like that's just where they plugged into it. Like it works out that it was the same patriarchate that they came from, but some like the fact that it was Western probably didn't even bother them. Um, and what's funny to me is I've known Greek people who look at an Episcopalian service and like, oh, that's so similar to what we do, and then they'll like flip out at like a Russian style service. I'm like, that's your same liturgy, just like with different music. And you look at the Episcopalians. I mean, maybe it was high church, but it's different enough where like externally even if all
Maybe
right,
that's an American thing, because I know like a lot of Greeks in America, they have the organ and stuff like that.
yeah,
So maybe they go to Episcopalian churches like, oh, they have an organ. It's the same.
yeah, I maybe. But yeah, even though the Antiochian Archdiocese has the most amount of converts in America, and I think has done a lot in terms of like evangelizing and stuff, it still has its ethnic enclaves too. Like that church in Loveland is very ethnic. Um, I was welcomed there with open arms when I went. I had known the priest from when he was in Birmingham. They even had me go to the Chanter stand, which was their mistake. But yeah, so like
He
everyone
has
welcomed
come
me.
up to our parish to do joint services
Oh, I
before.
love that. Yeah, Father Nabil.
Yeah, I don't remember his name, but
I think
yeah.
he is Jordanian.
Yeah,
He's
he
from
seemed
the
like a
country
good
of
guy.
Jordan.
I
Yeah,
talked to him a little bit.
yeah.
But
He's got a great love for what he does. Now in terms of the other thing that Calvin was talking about, quick calendar with a K, um, old crossing styles like such as this. Um, I will just say, in recent time, I have I've decided that I do not like the letter C in our language is useless. Like we should do what a lot of these other Romance languages do. C should be the ch sound, and then let K be k, and let S be s, right? And just like have C be the ch sound. But for some reason, we
well,
put
it
this
doesn't always
word.
work that way in like in modern Italian.
I don't care. This is English. I'm just
Okay.
you know what? As soon as I said that, I knew like if anyone actually speaking English, they're gonna know it's inconsistent. But my
Sorry,
point, you're fine.
you're 100% right, Stefan.
Not okay. You don't have to patronize me. I just I'm kidding. Um,
Well, I was gonna say Latin, but like Latin has multiple types of pronunciation. So there's like
that's
classical
true.
pronunciation, like all these different
Right.
things. So
Like
I couldn't really go there.
I spell the word Christian with an X because really to go against these people that are like,
Just be
um,
honest, Stefan. You do it just to get on people's nerves. That's your whole purpose.
I am a contrarian. I was told this in seminary, and
Yeah.
I was like, no. And I'm like, oh wait, well that's what a contrarian would
I mean,
say.
that's good.
So, um, but even the word, but then Christian, we spell it with a ch. It doesn't even have a ch sound, and I'm like, oh, this is why people. This is why I give people a pass when when they don't speak English good because it's just so confusing. There's got to,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I mean, when you're actually like a native English speaker, you probably should. probably should know something about it. But
I have a god sister. She likes to say SAPOST for supposed.
yeah,
And I used to get on her
supposed.
about it, right? But the like yesterday she said it, and I said, I support you in this actually because I now, if I don't want to pronounce the ed, I'll say snapped, SNAPT, right? And on and on. So you know what? We should pronounce things, or we should type things the way that we are pronouncing them. So it's like I now support you in this. And I said, it's stupid that we type words out and we don't even say it the way it's put in front of us. And she's like, agreed. Agree, Ed. Agree.
No, the best English in America is throughout Appalachia. There's nowhere else you're gonna find somebody who'll call you up and be like, now you listen here, y'all. Some boy who looks like his balls ain't dropped come up here talking some gama mess, and Lord God, I tell you what, and you're just not gonna hear that anywhere else. So there's a unique flavor of English there that
Well,
you know,
even people talk about a Southern accent. There's a lot of different kinds of Southern accents.
yeah.
Deep Mississippi is different than like Middle Tennessee. And then I know people born and raised in Tennessee who sound like me. Like they don't.
Yeah, me too.
So, and I know this one girl, like I asked her one time, I said, why don't you have an accent? And she goes, I just didn't want one. Like she literally just, when she learned to talk, just decided, I'm not pronouncing words that way. I'm like, what? Like, you know,
My mom's family in Pruden, Tennessee has very different accents than my dad's family in Eastern Kentucky. And those two are not, I mean, those are not geographically very far from each other. But they're both kind of like Appalachian style accents, though.
people tell me I have a non-regional accent. If you get me going, a Southern twang will come out because I have family. You know, like my mom is from Mississippi and my dad's from New Orleans, so a little bit of that will come out sometimes. And there's some words that are just hard to say without an accent.
I really like that deep South, like Louisiana, like Creole style accent. Like, I remember,
As
like,
soon as you said that, your Southern accent came out.
no, I was thinking more like where you hear people saying like, "Well, Lord, as I live and breathe, I cannot stand." I think that kind of like there's like plantation style accent.
Yeah.
Those are the best.
Mountains,
Mountains. I can't say it now without
mountains, mountains,
mountain mountains.
mountains, mountains, mountains.
So I think for like Appalachian like accents, like that would or not even just accents, like speaking patterns, like there's a lot of blending of words. So like the way that you just said that mountains would be like not a very Appalachian person would say mountains. Like it would all just run together as one word.
Well, I grew
Mountains,
up
yeah.
in New York. Yeah, mountains. Yeah, my parents were like the opposite of carpetbaggers. Like they were Southerners who went north. And
Yeah.
then I returned. Well, now I'm living in the West, but I went back south to enter the true faith.
Well, I'm in Dayton. You can always tell people who are from Dayton because they don't say the T. They don't say I'm from. People from out of town will say I'm looking for Dayton, whereas people from here will just say I live in Dayton.
Dayton,
Yeah.
Dayton, Ohio.
Back.
Yeah, he's trying to flip the thing. Yeah.
All right, man. I need to go. So,
yeah, we beat my goal, so we're good. We can.
yeah, I have to drive to Chicago tomorrow.
Oh, to
Pick
pick up
up
your
my
fam.
family. Yeah, they're coming back from Rome. So
Awesome.
all right, man. We'll have to do this again. We'll find out whatever's going on in the ortho gossip next week, and plan something one day. Maybe not 4 hours, but maybe get a short talk in. All right, see you guys. Good night, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Stefan, it's been real. Take it easy, man.
Stefan.
Stefan, sorry.